Okay, welcome everybody. I call to order the meeting of the Santa Barbara Unified School District Board on January 14th, 2020. With that, let's rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Matsuoka.
Please rise.
Tenemos interpretación al español por si alguien gusta escuchar la presentación en español. In order to provide language access, we have Spanish interpretation available.
Thank you, and we also have headsets for the hearing impaired available as well, so please indicate if you need one. Okay, with that, I'll announce out the closed session action. We have two actions in closed session. Just pull this up. In the case of student discipline case number 201-92014. I'm sorry, excuse me. That would be case number 201-920-T112. The motion was put forward by Ms. Ford and seconded by Sims Moten and was passed unanimously. Student discipline.
Approve the transfer.
Excuse me, yeah, thank you. To approve the interdistrict transfer appeal. And the last one is item number B7, public employee discipline dismissal. The motion was made to approve the recommendation of dismissal of a classified employee. The motion was made by Ms. Ford, seconded by Wendy Sims Moten, and passed unanimously. And that concludes the report out from closed session. Thanks. Okay, let's move forward. Item 6, Superintendent's Report. Mr. Matsuoka.
So next Monday is the day off from school. I'm sure I don't have to remind our students about that, certainly not our staff. And it's our annual moment of remembering the life and work of Martin Luther King Jr. And I thought of reading part of one of his speeches, but it would have gotten long. What an important person he was in the history of our nation. I hope that as you enjoy some time off, that you remember the civil rights work that he did in the 60s. And to read about it, it's amazing that our country was in such a hard place not so long ago. I mean, I was in elementary school during that time. And we've made progress as a nation, and we still have so far to go, so that all people have an equal opportunity in this country. So we honor his memory. We celebrate as a nation the work of Martin Luther King Jr. Tonight, I have the pleasure of introducing a new member of the management team, and this is Bethany Bodenhammer, and she's going to serve as the interim dean of students at Dos Pueblos High School. She's served there for a decade plus. I'm going to look for head nods. In social studies, she's taught. She's been in the AVID program, as I recall, and just been an integral part of the DP staff. And when the opportunity emerged, she was very open to it. She's excited about it. So I'm going to invite her to come up to the podium and just introduce herself to the board. So welcome, Ms. Bodenhammer.
Hi, and thank you. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Matsuoka and Cabinet. Nice to see you all. It's with deep gratitude that I'm here tonight to thank you for and to accept the opportunity that is this interim position of the Dean of Student Engagement at Dos Pueblos High School. While I was born in Goleta and began my education here at our local elementary schools, I attended high school in the Bay Area. And recently, a friend of mine texted a picture of a snapshot he took of our senior yearbook, and he sent me the comments, quote unquote, spot on. And I looked at it, and the picture was a section titled, quote, where I see myself in 10 years, in which I, 18-year-old Bethany, was confidently quoted saying, I think I'll be a high school teacher in Santa Barbara. So that worked out well for me. You see, I was a high school student myself when I realized the calling upon my career was to be secondary education. To me, high school was an amazing place. It was one of community, opportunity, challenge, acceptance, and growth. However, fast forward some years and a few college degrees later, I found myself with a high school classroom of my own, and the sobering reality that this experience and perspective of high school was not and is not the norm for all. It took me a few years, some tears, and a bit of heartache to realize I was approaching it a little bit wrong, that my goal wasn't and couldn't be simply to make students the best historians or the best English students, but instead I needed to prioritize the heart. While I couldn't ever force them to love school or like school, and I tried, I couldn't, but I could create an environment within my four walls where they felt safe and loved and nurtured. And that is what I have set out to do every day of my career since. I'm eager to expand my influence and my intentions as I will have interactions and potential impact far greater than just with those students that pass through my classroom doors every day. I don't take or view this position lightly, and I acknowledge and understand the immense challenge and responsibility that lay before me. I'm therefore committing myself to the following goals that I wanted to share. I intend to listen and to learn from all stakeholders, to ask questions and to seek feedback. I intend to provide support and come alongside our teachers, students, and families, especially in those difficult and dark moments when mistakes may have been made and relationships may have been broken. I'm eager to provide restorative approaches to help build back trust and hope. And 3, I intend to connect. My desire is that every student on our campus would truly know that they are seen, they are heard, they are known, and they are cared for. That they would understand that mistakes do not define them, and that every day is a new day. That DP can be a home that they can trust, that they can run to, that they can learn from, and that they can grow in. While ambitious, I know that I have the best support system around. I'm grateful for my husband and my 3 sons believing in and cheering me on, and all the Chargers. I'm grateful for the strong and the unified leadership team I'm joining at Dos Pueblos, as well as the mentorship and guidance at the district level. I'm grateful for the support and the encouragement of the DP faculty and staff and their shared commitment to make our campus the best learning environment possible. I'm grateful for the multiple and varied community agencies who come alongside our students to provide social, emotional, and mental supports. And I'm grateful for our families, many of you are here today, who do the very hard work that is parenting day in and day out. And last but definitely not least, I'm very grateful for the amazing student population that I get to work with daily. So thank you.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Okay, with that,
Concludes my remarks.
thank you. To my fellow board members, any comments or correspondence you'd like to share? Yeah, Ms. Sims-Martin.
Hello, everyone. Happy New Year. As I just wanted to add on to I'm calling you Dr. Mr. Matsuoka, with regards to the celebrating of Dr. Martin Luther King. There will be several events throughout the weekend, but most importantly, we have a lot of our students throughout the district that participated in the poetry contest and essay writing contest, and the winners will be presenting their poetry and their essays throughout the weekend over the different places within the community. So they sent me a list, and I'll maybe we can get that up on our website so that you're able to know what schools they're representing and where they will be presenting their essays. So, thank you.
Ms. Ford.
Thank you so much. I had the privilege of attending the Santa Barbara County School Board Executive Committee meeting last week, and this month's presentation was about human trafficking. And in fact, January is the month to recognize human trafficking, which honestly should be, and in many circles is called, modern-day slavery. And it was a fascinating presentation given by 2 leaders from the North County Rape Crisis Center. And it became clear that in this county, human trafficking is a huge issue. It's of serious proportion, especially in the North County. And we learned about a number of things, a couple I wanted to share. One is that there's a very good curriculum out that was written by a survivor of human trafficking called Word on the Street, and I hope to take a look at it and check it out. Also, the key age for human trafficking is 12 to 14 years old. So sometimes you hear the terms child prostitutes and other terms like that thrown around, but they are not prostitutes, they're not criminals, they are abuse victims. And so it's important that we change the way we look at these children who are victims. And also, if you go on YouTube, there are a number of really helpful short and longer videos that are come under the heading of Can You See Me? And they really help you understand not only the seriousness and the sadness of the problem, but the fact that it happens to many children regardless of their backgrounds, their ethnicity, where they live, anything. So just helpful for me to pass on to my fellow board members just how serious the issue is. I too wanted to tonight also honor the memory of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and especially because his birth date is tomorrow, and this is an election year with some deeply troubling things happening in the world today. So I just wanted to share a couple of my favorite inspirational quotes from Dr. King. One is, "Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter." And number two, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." And good words for us all to live by.
Thank you. Any other comments or correspondence? Ms. Munoz?
Yes, I wanted to share, yesterday I had the pleasure of attending the fifth and final Meta stakeholders meeting. And many of you here were there present. And, you know, Dr. Ramirez and Carrie also, and Sean and so forth. We honored Francisca Sanchez for all her help and leadership with the multilingual pathways, and also had the pleasure of meeting Reina Grande, an author who shared with us her journey from coming as as an immigrant from Mexico, and her experience with learning English and losing her first language, in essence, with Spanish. I did purchase several books from her. One is the Young Readers edition of The Distance Between Us, which I started reading last night and have found very inspiring. I had looked at her website before the meeting, and so many of our students have had this experience, and I see like the hope in our future that this will no longer be the case with the multilingual pathways that we are starting with as a school district. And I spent 2 weeks in Mexico. I was in the northern state of Zacatecas, and then the southern state of Durango, which I hadn't been in for 27 years. Found out that 3 of my cousins have been or are professors. One of them is currently they call them profesor. So I'm thinking still in Spanish after so many days there, and shared similar concerns with housing, education, substance abuse, self-esteem, and just really shared they were also trying to learn English, so that because of their future, and shared with them my excitement about our multilingual pathways in our school district in general. Entonces todavía estoy pensando en español, pero espero mucho en el futuro, and I really look forward to how having our board look at the Meta program.
Thank you. Dr. Reed?
Just briefly, I want to acknowledge and thank Mr. Matsuoka and also Ms. Sims-Moten for speaking about, and also Ms. Ford about Martin Luther King's birthday. I do think that Ms. Sims-Moten is going to be doing a presentation, and I really sort of wanted to acknowledge that, and it's a pretty big deal. I wondered if she could just share that, what that is going to be, so that everyone can attend.
Okay, Dr. Reed. Thank you. Yes, actually will be one of the programs that, again, as part of the weekend speaking at Santa Barbara City College. That program is going from 11 to 2. And not only is it honoring the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King, but it's also honoring and remembering of the crossing of the Edmund Pettus Bridge, which was a significant, incredible event that changed the course of how people were able to vote and have their voice up forward. And so it would be nice. I think they're going to be able to not necessarily reenact that. That was such a violent thing, but just the mere changing and the importance of that event changing the course of just this nation in terms of that. And as Dr., I want to keep calling you doctor, so maybe you're going to be a doctor, Dr. Matsuoka. So, Mr. Matsuoka, with regards to not so long ago that we were fighting for that, and there's so many things that we are fighting still with regards to that, and one of the things is it's not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends with regards to that. So that weekend, that particular event is inviting that, and I am actually honored and feel very privileged to be able to speak, be their keynote speaker for that particular program, and I invite all to come out and enjoy that, march across the bridge. They're probably going to do the bridge between East and West Campus, and then ultimately be in the theater for the program. And I think it's about education, because so many things that have happened in history are not in our books. I mean, I literally knew a little bit. There were so many marches during that time. But you saw the movie Glory that really talked about we should not learn about what's going on in our history or the events that change history in a movie, because obviously that's drama and it's adding different things. But when you're hopefully writing it down and having the voice of those who experienced it, that you're able to learn what your history was and how important it is to who you are as a student, who you are as a person, and how you contributed to the changing of this nation and of this world. And it will absolutely change those events to move the things forward now, the issues that we are facing, you know, the hatred that we're facing here, the violence that we're facing. It's important for us to come together, and we absolutely have to speak our voices and to be able to do that. So thank you for pushing me forward with regards to that, but talked more than I wanted to, but very heartfelt about that, and really feel very privileged. I know that I stand and be able to vote and have a voice because of those people's bravery to cross that bridge not only once, but twice, to ensure that everyone had a voice and had a vote. So thank you. It's Saturday the 18th from 11 to 2 at Santa Barbara City College.
Wonderful, thank you. I just have two quick things. The correspondence I received from our school community was about Peabody Stadium and some questions, so I'm glad that we'll be having it on the agenda tonight. Second thing is on vaping. I'm pleased that Franklin, the district is holding a session on vaping for all parents on the 23rd. I just know, being a mom myself and worrying, there's so much ambiguity and not understanding what to look for, et cetera. So those things will be explained on the 23rd at Franklin, I believe at 6 o'clock. But I think it's really important. We have an epidemic that we need to address. So that's it for me in terms of board correspondence. So let's move on to item DA.
Actually, board comment.
Oh,
Public comments, I'm sorry.
Move on to public comment, please.
All right, we have 3 public comments tonight. We have Moni, then we have Joel Block, and then we have Karen McBride.
Hello, board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you, and yes, thank you for your inspiring thoughts about Martin Luther King. He's definitely somebody we can all look up to, and I think the message of speaking out to things that matter is a really powerful one. And also, I'm just sort of reminded of the civil rights movement, and as you know, I'm interested in literacy, and many people feel that neurodiversity is like coming into its time of a civil rights, because people who do think differently and learn differently have been sidelined. And also, anyway, here in the district, I was hoping to also, like you mentioned, working together, a few of my fellow friends, Sheraton and Sherry Ray, we all noticed that the discussion for the LCAP is on the board tonight, and we just wanted to ask if we could be at the table with the board when they are discussing some of that, because we have some thoughts about how to help those with learning differences. And one of the big ones that I would like to briefly discuss is that we are currently using the Lucy Calkins balanced literacy approach to teach English. And this approach, though it does work for some students, it really doesn't work for dyslexics and people struggling with language. And there is some evidence right online. Lucy Calkins has been, many states have come up and showed this with data. And so one of the things that I would like to suggest is that we actually perhaps consider not using Lucy Calkins. And what that would accomplish is it would bring it up higher for people who need an explicit way to learn reading, like Lucy Calkins the science of reading uses phonemic awareness. So that's when you can break down words into decoding. And I know that this works because English is not my first language, and I'm the first one in my family to be born in this country. My family's from Holland. And I went to the first grade just speaking Dutch. My family did send me to private school, and the nuns there were really big on phonemic awareness. We had to learn Latin, and I
30
actually
seconds.
didn't fall behind my peers, although it was harder for me to read, and some things took me longer. But the reason why I'm sharing that with you is because something with phonemic awareness rather than the Lucy Calkins approach is very successful. And that will help many of our students succeed. Like Cleveland, 13% of the fourth graders are not proficient, and that is super serious. That leads into equity problems. They're not going to get as good a job. They're not going to get into four-year schools, and it isn't fair. It's social justice. So let us come to the table. We really would love it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joel Block, and I have been working in Santa Barbara Unified School District for over 20 years as a teacher in charter schools, and I currently serve as a teacher at Alta Vista Independent Studies. In addition, I've had the honor of being a mock trial coach for Dos Pueblos High School for 12 years. And I'm also the treasurer of our local teachers union and represent that body at the State Teachers Conference, which is the California Teachers Association. I come to you tonight to show my support for just communities and implicit bias training. Over the past months, this board has heard from people complaining about that group and its programs and urging the district to sever its relationship with just communities and cease providing its implicit bias training to teachers, staff, and students. I urge the board to ignore that advice. I've gone through the implicit bias training with just communities, and I'm a better teacher and person because of it. Despite what some opponents of the program have stated, implicit bias training was only a positive experience and not one that made me feel guilty or at fault for any of society's racial ills. Implicit bias training reminded me that by virtue of being human, each of us has biases that cause us to act and speak in certain ways. As you might imagine, this can be for some a troubling revelation. The training is geared to making its participants aware of those biases to be better able to control them and establish greater rapport with those that are different than ourselves. What greater tool can anyone have, and especially a teacher in a diverse society such as ours? I've been able to put the practices and skills taught me at the workshops into practice at my teaching, and it has significantly improved my ability to interact positively with all of my students and peers. Losing this program will hurt the teachers, hurt the district, and most importantly, hurt our students. I urge you to continue to support just communities, implicit bias training, and other similar programs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Capps and school board members and Mr. Matsuoka. I am Karen McBride. I'm the president of the Santa Barbara Teachers Association, but tonight I'm speaking to you as a member of the community of Santa Barbara at large. And I want to talk a little bit about the Schools and Communities First ballot initiative. It's something that we are currently collecting signatures for, and the deadline for that is March 20th. And you have likely heard something about this initiative if you are on social media. There's a lot of misinformation going around, and I want to give a little bit of factual, objective information. One of the things that is confusing about it is that it's tied to the 1978 Proposition 13, which was a tax law that changed the property tax structure in the state of California. And as a result of that, we have had 40 years of declining income going to public education and other community services. So the Schools and Communities First initiative is a broad support coalition. It doesn't involve Javier Becerra as one of the misinforming pieces of information goes out. It is a coalition that's made up of groups like California Teachers Association, the California State PTA, lots of private individuals, police departments, fire departments, all sorts of labor unions, etc. This is a group of people that want to bring income into the public sector so that we can improve schools and all kinds of publicly funded services in communities. It is not to repeal Proposition 13 of 1978. It is to change some of the structures in it. Since 1978, large corporations have been able to avoid paying their fair share of property taxes. And while homeowners' property taxes have stayed low, that has contributed to the decline in property tax income. And so this initiative is designed to bring back the burden of taxation to really large corporations. It protects residential homeowners, it protects small business owners, it protects agricultural property owners. So if you're hearing information that your property taxes are going to go up, they are not. This is specifically rewritten and designed to protect people like you and me. So if you want $7 to $11 million annually to come into the state of California and be redistributed, 40% of it to public education and the other 60% to other public community services. Vote for this, or find a ballot initiative and sign it. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment.
Excellent. Thanks for all who are here. So now we'll move on to the previous item that I already mentioned, which is DA, the acceptance of donations. Do I have a motion?
I had a question.
Yes.
Do we need to make the motion first, or?
Oh, about the donations?
Uh-huh.
Oh, you can ask your question first, and then we can make the motion.
Yeah, I just wanted clarity. It said coaches scholarships, and so what type of coaches? Is it academic? Is it athletic?
Is that a question for Mr. Tay?
Someone.
Or Ms. Carey or any cabinet member have any details about, I think I see people chasing down the document.
Okay.
So specifically, your question was to explain what the donation was for.
For the coaches, with regards to that.
Maybe we can find that out and get back to the board.
Yeah, we can skip.
Yeah, would you like, we could just, it's a short donation list. We could table it, bring back an answer.
Yeah, I just want to know what those scholarships for coaches was for, so we can come back to it.
Okay.
If we need to.
If it's the board's pleasure, we could not approve this list. We'll add it to next board meeting, and then we'll get an answer about that athletic scholarship.
That works for me, if
Okay.
that's the will of the board.
That's great.
Okay,
Okay,
thank
we'll do
you.
that. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item E, consent agenda. Are there any items the board wishes to pull for discussion? Yes, Dr. Reed.
Yeah, I just would like to pull item E7.
Great. And any others? Dr. Reed, is that a clarifying question or more of a discussion that we should table until after?
I don't expect a discussion. I just wanted a few clarifying comments.
Okay. Ms. Carey, do you mind fielding this one? Thank you. Dr. Reed.
Yes, I actually was excited to see this on the consent agenda, and I wanted to sort of acknowledge it and just sort of get a little bit more feedback in terms of really putting to the forefront as we are moving forward to make it happen this year in terms of the ethnic studies grad requirement. So could you just speak to it a little bit?
Sure. Good evening, board and cabinet and community. We really anticipate that this, I think of it as semester. You know, the first semester for secondary schools we're in finals right now and it ends Friday. But this next semester, we're going to see a real acceleration of all the parallel efforts that will be underway to support a smooth, high-quality implementation of the ethnic studies graduation requirement, which will be effective for the class of 2024. This year's 8th graders, next year's 9th graders, so the incoming high school freshmen. So a big one of those efforts and activities is to engage with consultant services, and we are seeking to retain the professional services of a group called Are Praxis that will be accessed through AME, an organization called AME. And we had an opportunity both to review their application and also to meet with them alongside other applicants for this consultancy in a modified performance-based interview selection process. So we feel very confident that they have the professional, the varied professional expertise across a wide range of technical areas to be a great partner with us over the next 18 months, but especially in these next 6 months of the school year and in the ramp up to August and really the beginning of the implementing phase of our ethnic studies graduation requirement.
Which is very exciting. Thank you. I just had, is it true that they were also involved in the committee work with the state on this?
So the way that
Ethics
their format is you are assigned a chair. So you'll see that Lupe Cardona there is the chair. So depending, that rotates. It isn't always the same person. In our case, the chair was serving on the curriculum to draft the model curriculum for the state of California, yes.
All right. Thank you very much for the update.
Well, with that, can we move, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, now we are going to close this meeting because we have a public hearing. We're just a couple minutes off our target time. So closing the general meeting and opening up item F, public hearing on the second reading and sunshining of Santa Barbara Teachers Association. That's the first item. Dr. Becchio.
Thank you very much, and you're going to hear from me 8 times tonight, and
Okay.
we're going to be bringing, I know it seems redundant, but I'm bringing back for public hearing the proposals for reopener negotiations with our bargaining units, and then I have put them on the action agenda, so you'll hear me again to seek approval for those reopeners. The first item, F1, is the second reading sunshine of the Santa Barbara Teachers Association proposal to reopen contract negotiations with Santa Barbara Unified. In your attachments, it does outline what they are proposing to negotiate, which is hours and conditions and class size.
So I believe this is an opportunity for the public to speak. Any members of the public that would care to speak on this item? Okay.
All
Moving
right,
on.
so F2 is the second reading sunshining of Santa Barbara Unified School District's proposal to reopen contract negotiations with Santa Barbara Teachers Association. And we intend to bring forward the discussions and negotiations around wages and hours and conditions.
Thank you, Dr. Beckley. Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll let you move on.
All right, and F3 is second reading and sunshining of the California School Employees Association proposal to reopen contract negotiations with Santa Barbara Unified. They've submitted the request to negotiate health and welfare benefits, job classifications and salary ranges, use of personal vehicle, and Article 25, which is safety.
Any public comment on this? Seeing none, we will move on. Thank you.
And lastly, F4 is the second reading, sunshining of Santa Barbara Unified's district's proposal to reopen contract negotiations with CSEA. And our proposal is to negotiate wages and health benefits and evaluations this year.
Any public comment on this one? Seeing none, I believe.
Thank you, and I'll bring them back on action agenda tonight for your approval.
Excellent. Okay, well, that concludes the public hearing, and I'll reopen the meeting to our action agenda. Item G. Any public comment on the first agenda item, G1?
Yes, we do. We have Rosario Garcia, Margarita Mendoza, and Peggy Ochoa to start.
And this is the presentation discussion of the selection of the search firm for recruitment of the new superintendent.
So we'll start with Rosario Garcia.
Hola, mi nombre es Rosario García.
Hello, my name is Rosario Garcia.
Quiero darles la bienvenida a todos. Buenas noches.
Good evening, everybody.
Estoy aquí para hablar sobre el tema de la agencia que va a recaudar el nuevo superintendente.
I'm here to speak about the item with regards to the agency that will select our new superintendent.
Aunque sabemos que la educación es muy importante para hacer este trabajo, también se me hace importante que se escoja una agencia que tome en cuenta otros factores.
Although we know that the education level of the person who will take that job is very important in order to do this job, I also feel that it's very important that we take other things into account and that the agency take those factors into account.
La habilidad de conectar, conocer y escuchar a nuestra comunidad diversidad.
The ability to be able to connect, to get to know, and to listen to our diverse community.
Y experiencia con aprendices de inglés y estudiantes de educación especial.
And someone who has experience working with English learners and students in special education.
Me hace feliz honrar a Martin Luther King Jr. y puedo seguir su ejemplo y hablar, compartir mi sentir, ideas y derechos.
And I'm also happy to remember and think about Martin Luther King Jr. and follow his example, and also talking about sharing our ideas and our rights.
Buenas tardes, consejo, y
Good
feliz
evening, members
año
of the board,
nuevo.
and Happy New Year.
Yo soy Margarita Mendoza
My name is Margarita Mendoza,
y soy copresidenta de DILAC, de los padres de los alumnos que aprenden inglés.
and I am the co-president of DLAC, and this is for the students that are learning English.
Madre de dos hijos.
I am the mother of 2 children.
Mi hija asiste en Roosevelt Elementary.
My daughter attends Roosevelt Elementary.
Y en esta noche me permito en mencionar
And this evening, I would like to speak to
y recordar que estamos reunidos nuevamente
and that we remember that we are here at this meeting once again
para recordar la importancia de poder elegir al nuevo superintendente
To remember that it's very important that we are going to select the new superintendent
con las características que nuestra comunidad latina necesita.
and we would like to see that that person have characteristics that takes into account the needs of our Latino community.
Queremos estar incluidos en su decisión de este importante paso.
We would like to be included in your decision of this very important step.
Les pedimos que recuerden las necesidades de nuestros alumnos que aprenden inglés como segundo idioma.
I request that you remember the needs of our students that are English learners.
Muchas gracias por su cooperación con nuestra comunidad latina.
And thank you very much for your cooperation with our Latino community.
Good evening. Happy New Year. Thank you for giving me this time. My name is Peggy Ochoa. I am the Intervention Center Supervisor at San Marcos High School. Excuse my voice. I sound like an old man. I'm kind of sick, but I'm also the mother of 6 children. 7 if you count my husband when he's sick. But I actually wanted to clarify something. I said last time I was here that I had 6 children, and a few people came up to me and were like, "You have 6 kids?" Well, actually, 3 of them are stepsons. I've been their stepmom for 8 years now, but you know, they make me proud just like my own, and they make me want to rip out my hair just like my own kids too. So I get to claim them, right? But the reason I'm here tonight is to request thoughtful consideration when choosing an agency to seek our new superintendent. I ask that you find an agency who is genuinely interested in finding the best qualified superintendent for our district. One who is not so much in it for the money or the likes on social media. Make sure that make sure that the agency doesn't worry too much about tracking down somebody that has more degrees than a thermometer. And like another parent mentioned, I feel that connection should be more important than education. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 3 more. Madai. Quevedo. Pinero Sanchez, and Victor Carmona. And sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Good evening. My name is Madai Quevedo. As a senior at San Marcos, I am one of the community members directly affected by those in power in our district. Because of such, I want to represent my peers and what we want to see in our leadership. I believe the entire procedure of selection should be open to the public so that we can see and understand the recruitment process. The company that's chosen should aid us in choosing a superintendent that is compassionate and understands the culture in our schools. It should help us elect someone that can connect with our students. The agency should have in mind the voice of the students who don't often use it, the minorities who deserve to be heard, our English learners and our special ed students, and even the students who don't directly use their voice, the ones that are at the basketball game tonight rather than here, and especially those that still don't feel part of the community enough to even attend the games. The superintendent these students dream of and hope for, that's the vision the agency elected should try and prioritize. Thank you.
Buenas noches, miembros del Consejo.
Good evening, board members.
Mi nombre es Ramiro Sánchez.
My name is Ramiro Sanchez.
Tengo estudiantes en las escuelas La Cumbre Junior High y Harding.
I have students at La Cumbre Junior High and Harding.
Soy parte de ILAC en la escuela La Cumbre Junior High y representante de esta misma escuela en DILAC.
I am part of the ELAC at La Cumbre Junior High, and I'm also the representative of this school on DLAC.
Sabemos que ustedes son los que van a elegir un nuevo superintendente y estamos aquí para ayudarlos a reconocer nuestras necesidades.
We know that you will be the ones that will select our new superintendent, and we are here to help you recognize some of our needs.
Mi comentario es sobre la accesibilidad del procedimiento para el reclutamiento del nuevo superintendente.
My comment is about the accessibility of the process for the selection and the recruitment of the superintendent.
Como comunidad, el lenguaje es una barrera para muchos de nosotros.
As a community, language is a barrier for many of us.
En ocasiones muchos nos sentimos limitados, pero claro que nos importa la educación de nuestros hijos.
Many times we feel very limited, but of course we care very deeply about our children's education.
Porque aparte, lo más que participemos, lo más que nuestros hijos se sentirán apoyados.
The more we are able to participate, the more our students will feel supported.
Queremos atraer la participación de nuestra comunidad al reclutamiento del nuevo superintendente.
We want to bring our community to participate in the recruitment of the new superintendent.
Ocupamos varios medios de comunicación e información porque somos una comunidad diversa con diferentes necesidades.
We need different communication methods and information presented in different ways because we are a diverse community with different needs.
La demográfica de nuestro distrito es 60% latino.
The demographics in our district are 60% Latino.
Somos la mayoría y nos gustaría ver esta representación.
We are the majority and we would like to see this represented.
Es importante que el proceso incluya nuestra voz como comunidad.
It is important that the process include our voice as part of the community.
Ocupamos más accesibilidad en este proceso y en general.
We need more accessibility in this process and in general.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, miembros del Consejo. Buenas tardes, comunidad.
Good evening, board members, and good evening to the community.
Mi nombre es Víctor Carmona, padre de 2 alumnos en la escuela Dos Pueblos High School.
My name is Victor Carmona. I am the father of 2 students that attend Dos Pueblos High School.
Uno de ellos, debido a su condición de Asperger, tiene un plan de apoyo 504.
One of my children, due to having Asperger's, he has a 504 plan for support.
Hoy me gustaría agregar algo diferente a mis comentarios anteriores.
And today I would like to add something different to my comments that I have made previously.
Esta recomendación es acerca de la inclusión de nuestros alumnos con aprendizaje diferente.
So I would like to recommend something with regards to the inclusion of our students who have different learning needs.
Este grupo es llamado Estudiantes de Educación Especial.
So we call this group Students in Special Education.
Al grupo de padres de estos alumnos nos gustaría que se les tomara más en cuenta en el futuro.
As a member of the group of parents who have children in special education, we would like for them to be taken into account in the future.
Y que se les ponga una mayor atención debido a los pobres resultados que tienen a lo largo de los años escolares.
And we would like for them to have more attention due to the poor results that have been seen in the past few years.
Nos gustaría que se tome en cuenta nuestras peticiones para que la agencia que va a tener la responsabilidad de encontrar a los candidatos idóneos
So we would like our requests to be taken into account by the agency that will select the ideal candidates
para el puesto de nuestro próximo superintendente.
for the position of our next superintendent.
Integre a este grupo a su agenda y en un futuro se sientan aceptados e incluidos en el sistema escolar.
We would like for the agency to include this group of parents in their agenda and also so that they feel accepted and included in the school system.
Gracias por la oportunidad de hablar. Gracias.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before you. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 more, Claudia Govia and Laura Gomez.
Good evening, board members. My name is Claudia Govea. I'm a parent of three students that attend Dos Pueblos High School. As a community member and working with children on a daily basis, I see the necessity of a superintendent that can represent the Latino community. Our demographics of our district show that 60% are students that are Latinos. I ask the board and the agencies recruit a superintendent that can represent our Latino students, parents and can be able to connect with our community. Your decision will bring a huge impact to our community. I only ask that you take into account the needs of our Latino community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, honorables miembros del Consejo de Educación y público presente.
Good evening, honorable members of the school board and the public here present.
Mi nombre es Laura Gómez, soy miembro del comité de DILAC y estoy aquí en representación de los padres de estudiantes aprendices de inglés.
My name is Laura Gomez, and I am a member of the DLAC committee, and I am here in representation of the parents of English learners.
Ya se ha dicho muchas veces que el 60% de los estudiantes en este distrito son latinos.
It has been said many times that 60% of the students in this district are Latino.
Sin embargo, la representación de esta comunidad es mínima.
However, the representation of this community is minimal.
Creo firmemente que esta es una de las razones por las cuales las estadísticas muestran a nuestros estudiantes siempre en desventaja académica.
I firmly believe that this is one of the reasons for which the statistics always indicate that our students have a huge academic disadvantage.
Entiendo también que todo es parte de un sistema donde el superintendente es una pieza clave para hacer que este funcione para todos en las escuelas.
I also understand that all of this is part of a system where the superintendent is a key position in order to make or to allow for things to work for everybody at schools.
Ahora que estamos en el proceso de buscar a un nuevo superintendente,
and now that we are in the process of doing the search for the new superintendent,
me permito pedirles una vez más que por favor consideren contratar aquella agencia que cuente con representantes latinos.
I would like to ask once again for you all to consider hiring the agency that will have Latino representatives.
Para facilitar la comunicación con nuestra comunidad,
in order to facilitate communication with our community,
que tenga un amplio conocimiento de nuestra cultura y región demográfica.
And employees who have knowledge about our culture and our demographics in this region.
Para nosotros es de suma importancia que dicha agencia tenga experiencia en el reclutamiento de líderes para distritos con iniciativas multilingües.
For us, for our community, it's very important that the agency have experience in recruiting leaders for districts that have multilingual initiatives.
Como ustedes saben, ya se está trabajando en un plan de vías multilingües y no sería justo que a este trabajo al que se le ha dedicado tiempo, dinero y esfuerzo pasara al archivo del distrito o a la lista de espera.
And as you all know, our district has been working on multilingual pathways, and it wouldn't be fair that all of this work, for which a lot of people have dedicated a lot of time, money, and effort, to have that end up in a file somewhere or on a waiting list.
Son muchas las necesidades y desafíos que enfrentan actualmente nuestros estudiantes.
So the needs and the challenges that our students face are many.
La educación especial es otro grupo muy extenso de estudiantes con enormes desafíos que también se debe considerar en este proceso.
Students in special education are another group of students with huge challenges that should also be taken into account during this process.
Es decir, que la agencia considere a candidatos capaces de atender a todos los grupos en desventaja.
In other words, we would like to see the agency consider candidates who are able to work with all of the students who are in disadvantaged categories.
Estamos viviendo tiempos de cambio, queremos inclusión y no separación. Queremos lograr progreso y no estancamiento. Gracias.
So we are living in difficult times where things are changing rapidly. We want to make sure that there is inclusion and not separation. We want to achieve progress, not stay in the same place. Thank you.
Thank you to all of those who presented for public comment on this action agenda item. This concludes our public comment, Madam President.
Thank you. Yes, I want to echo that. Public comment was really helpful. So now we are going to start what is often thought of as the most important role that the board, not just this board, but every school board plays, which is choosing our new superintendent. And the first step is to listen to the two firms that we've narrowed it down to. And so I'm grateful to those of you who've traveled and are here with us today. So the idea is, to my board members here, that we will hear them each give about a 10-minute presentation. We'll have 10 minutes to ask questions, and then we'll move on to the second with the same repeat. And then we'll have a chance as a board to share questions. I know that we have done our due diligence and checked references. And during those references and those conversations that you've all five of us have had individually can inform the questions we may have and also inform our discussion afterwards, certainly at the discretion of not sharing everything that was in a reference, but we can do that well professionally. So I'm going to turn it to the first firm, which is listed here as McPherson and Jacobson, and allow you all to come forward. Welcome. And give us your presentation. Thanks for being here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good.
Thank you. I'm Ben Johnson with McPherson and Jacobson, and we'll give a brief overview of I'll let you go first.
Good afternoon, Madam Board President, Madam Vice President, members of the board, staff, superintendent, and members of the audience. I'm Dr. Darrell Adams, and I spent 30 years in education. And I love the fact that you have in every child every chance, every day, as part of your motto, your vision. And in today's society, with things moving so fast, artificial intelligence, automation, we can't forget about the heart and soul of our students and our parents. So I think it's very, very important to have a search firm that will look for a superintendent who's innovative, servant leadership oriented, and ready to help meet the board's initiatives and goals to work with you in true partnership. So I've been in 7 districts, started at LA Unified, ended up in Coachella with a great student and population. We're very excited to work with affluent communities, minority communities, any community to get the best candidate for you and for your parents. So we're happy to present this to you today, to work with you to guarantee you get the best candidate available.
I think one of the things that McPherson does, and I want to thank everybody here that made their comments, is our firm uses a superintendent and a board member. I was a trustee in Alvord Unified for 21 years and also served on CSBA's boards and task force, but very similar community. About 75% of our district, now it's probably about 82% before I left, is Latino, and it's important to make sure you understand our communities and the importance of working with people, but a child is a child, and every child needs to be treated equally and equitably in the district. So, powerhouse board. But it is the most important decision a board makes is the hiring of a superintendent. Leadership helps brings people together or sets people apart. And so it's critical that you have a leader that listens. I heard several people talk about getting people's input and the importance of stakeholder input. CSBA did a similar process about 5 years ago to pick a search firm, and they are as the state's basically a body that brings boards together, picked McPherson for one main reason. And other firms out there are good, but because we are very transparent and we value stakeholder input. We know that if the board is the one that makes the decision, McPherson does not make the decision, you make the decision on hiring your superintendent. But it really is a governance team of 6 people that work together for your students and for your children. And if they're not working together in sync, things don't happen as quickly and as fast as they should. I like your mission. It's visionary, but the leader also has to be in alignment with that vision as well. So we are a nationwide search firm. We have roughly 125 consultants across the country. We always get asked the question, does that mean you're going to search for superintendents outside? We're going to search for superintendents that meet your criteria. And so whether it's in California, which typically happens because California is more challenging, but there are oftentimes superintendents that leave California and go to another state and then come back. So we build criteria, and we recommend that you get stakeholder feedback to build that criteria. The board sets it and identifies it, but we recommend that they hear from the constituents in the community. Because we're nationwide, we've actually conducted roughly about 750 successful superintendent searches. We talk a lot about sustainability and leadership because the average superintendent's tenure is about 2.3 years. About 80% of our superintendents are still in place after 5 years, about 60% at 10 years, and more than 50% at 15 years. We do also have a guarantee. We spend a lot of time doing our process, and if we go out and we spend months and months in going out, or weeks and weeks in going out, and we don't find a candidate where the board doesn't say, wow, every one of you says, wow, we go back out. It is not a process that should be cut short. It should not be settled for. I've sat as a trustee through 6 superintendent searches. And every time you might be looking for something different, depending upon your needs. Sometimes you need someone that's more of a business person. Sometimes you need a motivator and a coach. And yes, superintendents can have all those gifts, but it's rare, and unless they walk on water. This is what it's all about, right? It's all about our students. And so we believe every child is entitled to a highly qualified education. We believe upon leadership, and there is no question that the board and the superintendent will provide that leadership for the district. The fact that they're doing this process will tell you that they value and they're taking it seriously, because it is an investment to do the right thing to hire the right person. So we have a 4-step, kind of 4 things I want to give you about, as I talked a little about already, that we do not hire your superintendent, the board does. We, again, value that transparency in the process. And transparency does not, you'll hear from some people, they'll say being transparent will reduce the pool of candidates that you'll get. It is not true. The last search I did, I had 45 candidates, high quality candidates. You know, we had some that didn't meet the criteria. I take those out of the picture. There was probably about 62, but 45 high-quality candidates. Let me go through our timeline briefly, because I think it's the important, kind of gives you a high view of the process. We recommend that we spend a lot of time, the board, establishing the criteria, but also reaching out to the community. So there's some groups that will do stakeholder feedback and get feedback from the community by holding 2 large meetings, and that's it. We hold, on average, about 2 days of meetings with stakeholder groups, talking to people individually about what they want, what they need in a superintendent. And then we provide the board of basically a documentation of everything that's said. We also put it online, so if people cannot make any of the stakeholder group meetings, we have, like I said, probably about, this district this size, we would probably have about 12 to 15 stakeholder group meetings, like maybe Monday and Tuesday. Then we have 2 big meetings in the evening, and then we put everything online in whatever languages you tell us to put it online. Typically, it's English and Spanish, and then probably Mandarin. In some communities is probably the most one we hear. We take all that feedback, we provide it to the board in a full binder. It's available to the community as well, to make sure we understand what those needs are. And then we rank them and give you an executive summary of what we heard from the community and use that to kind of further define your criteria. Advertising is basic. That's not how we find candidates, right? We don't just put things in a newspaper and wait for candidates to come out. We look at your criteria, and then we don't move candidates around like some people do. We actually look specifically at your candidates and your criteria to determine what you need, and then we ask people, because we all have relationships. Being a trustee, I know a lot of board members, and I know a lot of superintendents, and over 21 years, we have a pretty big network, and it's not a myopic network. And Dr. Adams has the same thing, but his network is different. So we have a broader network because of our dual approach, and we have different lenses that we look at. After we kind of go through this list of candidates, when we call people, we spend a lot of time going deep and finding out who these people are, and not just calling the references that are in their thing, because who puts down references that aren't going to say nice things about you, right? We all put the people that like us. So we dig deep on the references, usually go 3 deep. So we ask somebody, we talk to them, we ask them to tell us 2 or 3 people that they know, and we ask those people to tell us who they know. So we go deep on that. We build we call a short list of anywhere between 8 and 12 candidates that we think are really the ones that rose to the top. The board will look at those 8 to 12 candidates and then shrink that down, we recommend, to 4 to interview. Now, some boards don't want a community panel. I think it's a great idea. So we recommend using a community panel to interview strengths and weaknesses, not to rate candidates, because they are not interviewing to hire, they're just telling you what they saw. It also provides the board a perspective of what they said in front of the board and what they said in front of the community, and you will be surprised how those things kind of sometimes aren't exactly the same. We usually get that done in a day, or sometimes a day and a half, but usually in a day we can get the candidates to be done, and then the board makes a decision of who they're going to hire. We establish performance objectives, because you can't ask the superintendent new to do 15 things really well, but you can't have them just sit back and watch. I had somebody say that in an interview, I just sit back and watch. I'm like, well, what are you watching, man? You got to get to work. So we make sure that the goals and objectives are established. And then about 3 months later, we'll come back in and see how things are going relative to those goals and objectives. And then lastly, we have, I think I mentioned before, but I think it's important, we have a guarantee. So anytime within a 2-year period, if the superintendent decides it doesn't work, or they do something else, we will come back and do the search at no cost to the district, except for like travel and expense, which is nothing. I'm talking real fast, but I'll try to do that. I already went through that. I say don't rush the process, and I know there's priorities of when this gets done. Just looking at the challenges in the district and the things you want to accomplish, I think you could probably have your superintendent hired by the end of April. So the fee to do the search is $21,900. We talk about a not to exceed of $29.50. That's put in there because of we had one of us that was flying in a lot, but both of us live in Southern California, so there wouldn't be. It would be much less than that. I would think it'd probably be closer to 23, not to exceed, and we could change that. And I will also say, if you have something that's less than that, we will match any other firm's dollar amount. We don't let someone look for someone that's not about money. We don't do this for money. It may not sound real, but it's part of my passion. That's why I was a trustee for so long, because I believe in this and I think it's important. And it really does make a difference to have great leaders. And in this great economy in California, all of our schools should be at the very top. We should not be languishing at the bottom. And so we take this very seriously. I think I've already talked that to death. I'll use the last page as a quote from Vernon Billy, who's the executive director of CSBA. And as I think President Cap said, as we walked in, the most important thing that a superintendent does, the board does, is hiring a superintendent. And he says, hiring the right executive to serve as superintendents is critical for any district. And our partnership with McPherson provides districts with a new and effective resource for that purpose. Thank you, and I'll take questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I just do want to say out the acronym for everybody. It's California School Board Association, which represents all of the school boards around California, and you are the recommended firm. So that's great. I will turn it now to my board members for any direct questions to these gentlemen. Yeah, Ms. Ford.
Thanks so much for being here tonight. I wanted to clarify a couple of things and ask you a question. First of all, since it's the two of you are here tonight, would you two be our consultants for this search?
Absolutely. The only thing could change if we wanted to bring someone else in, if there was something specific that you asked that we didn't have. But I did Cold Spring search, and they're amazing. So, and it's such a horrible place to come to Santa Barbara. Yes, we would be doing the search.
Okay, that's great to know. I guess I'd love to hear a little bit more about something that you did, Mr. Johnson, in Saugus, in your Saugus search, and it was involving stakeholders in the actual finalist interview process. And I wonder if you could describe that for us.
Sure. It's a great search too. Their superintendent's amazing. So we did two things that I found to be really beneficial in Saugus. First of all, part of the interview process, we started the day with breakfast. And so 2 board members took candidate 1A out to breakfast, 2 members took candidate B out to breakfast. So you got this kind of casual, not interviewing, not asking interview questions, but just face-to-face time. And then we had interviews with the panel with candidate A and then candidate B with the board, and they switched. And then the other 2 candidates did lunch. You get a lot of information out of there that you would never get in that process. The stakeholder groups were representatives of what the board asked us to bag. So both of your bargaining units were part of the panel. We had member of family groups. We had ELAC. We had community leaders as part of the panel. And again, we don't ask them to rank because that's not appropriate, because then you would all be horribly wrong no matter what you did if you ranked the candidates. But we identified strengths and weaknesses, and we identified the consensus of the group, which, and we had a really aggressive process where we had a tight timeline, but we made sure, because the board had a lot of challenges, they felt that stakeholder feedback was important. And I didn't mention before that we spent 2 days in the district doing these group kind of process interviews. Does that answer your question?
It does. Just to follow up a bit, how could you describe or summarize your consensus building process?
When we're doing the panel, when we're doing the interview process and we're doing the panel, it really is saying somebody give me an example of what you saw from this candidate. They would say knowledgeable. But if 2 people put their hand up and didn't feel the person was knowledgeable, that would not be part of the consensus. So it would have to be the majority of the group, and avoid having one person or one group kind of dominating, because in some communities you have groups that are loud, but it doesn't represent the group, the room. And so it also didn't diminish anybody, because if it was one person, we had one lady that was very quiet. She was very quiet during the process, but really had a lot to say, but her voice was never diminished because she came up with ideas. The group was just as valuable as somebody else's that was more vocal. And I'm pretty good at picking people and getting people to talk and come out of stuff too. You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Sims-Moten.
Thank you. Again, thank you for being here, and thank you for a really informative presentation. So I just have a couple of questions. We've been challenging in this environment, and so how do you help us navigate through the challenges that we've had, that we've experienced for the last 3 years?
I'll let you comment first, then I'll make a comment if you want to.
Well, with challenge comes opportunity. And our goal is to ensure that stakeholders and the board is represented in how we address these challenges. Everyone must be involved. One of the things that I did as a superintendent was I would seek out the naysayers, or those who this was totally opposite of what we were doing. And they'll tell you where you're wrong, but if you include them in the process, they'll help you get it right. But everyone is involved in the process. Consensus is the key to everything. And so finding a superintendent who has that type of philosophy is what we aim for, to ensure that they are supporting what your initiative and goals are and what the community's support and needs are as well.
Thank you. I think the first thing that I try to remind them that, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, but you're the board.
Yep.
And so the board has a goal and has vision and it has purpose, and that needs to be respected. The community is not the board. You are. But their feedback and their insight and their input is just, it's amazing. Plus the superintendent gets a better kick to their career. That brief 6-minute honeymoon period they're going to get as a new superintendent, but they need that period and they need the support. And I'm with I do some volunteer work with another organization. They just made a CEO change. And the people that were the loudest, that were most negative, like you were saying, we brought those people in the process, because there's nothing worse than having your voice feel like it's not heard. I heard a couple people make that comment. They feel like their voice isn't being heard. And we're talking about your child. It's not about you. It's about your child. And so I'll get choked up. But that's why we do this, right? It's about our children. And so whatever we can do to listen and be mindful, but not get positional and not be mean and spiteful, but be respectful and gracious and humble, I think we can move a lot further. And so we spend a lot of time, and especially in our stakeholder groups, usually about 20 people in those groups. So I had a situation where we were in tough negotiations. We had a board member that was being a little obstinate. The rest of the board was right in line, and one wasn't listening, and the associations felt they weren't being heard, and they had really great reasons for feeling that way. And so that was part of our process too, is to make sure that part of your family, because we all talk about our districts this way, it's a family, right? The board and the community and staff and people that work and spend a few hours, hundreds of hours working. We need to make sure that's valued. And so if we're all on the same page, where we prepare students for a world that is yet to be created, and we all believe in that, the other stuff we can get by pretty quickly. And it takes intention, and it takes work, and it takes inclusion and focus. And it takes just being, especially when because I've sat in the dais, and we think, I used to say, it's just me, it's just Ben, right? But when you sit at the dais, you look differently to people, and sometimes, I get this pensive face at times, and people thought I was mad. I'm like, no, I'm like, right now I'm cold, because that's why I'm like this. But I think it's being aware and being understanding of who you're serving and who you're representing, and just remembering that we're public servants, right? So we're all trying to do the things for our kids.
I appreciate that. And just one more question. So we are a unified district in terms of, so how would you weigh and filter that input to make sure we have balance with that?
So I'm going to give you a top-of-the-mind gut check of who I would have in my stakeholder groups. I would do cabinet. I would do principals. I would pick representatives. I'm talking 10 to 15 people of these groups. I would have maybe high school principals, leadership, middle school leadership, elementary, right? Those are all different groups. So that right there is 6 different groups. I think people often don't think. They think cabinet and those people should be kind of not part of the process. They are an essential part of the process. And then we ask each board member to pick somebody in the community that may not be part of those groups, that would be a separate group. So you could say it's people the board members respect, right? But I think if you focus on your employees, community leaders, and I said bargaining units. That was the first thing I said. Please, come on. It's huge. So I think you help us determine that. I know there's some community groups. You want to have them involved. We want to make sure everybody's voice is heard, and then the board can take. I say this to the board. You can, as you go through this process, you can never have too much information, right? So we want to provide you with the information, We will help guide you. That's one of the things in the interview process that we do is we don't sit. We're not in the room to ask questions. We're in the room, if you choose us to be, to provide what we saw because we're sitting back and we're focused. But it's your search. You determine what you want and how you want it to run. We'll give you our feedback and we thought might be good for you. But it's your search and you determine that, what's best for you and your needs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Yeah, Dr. Reed.
So, thank you, and I appreciate your comment that you started off with, which is really, it's about the students, and really that's where we have to start from, and really think from that place. So I appreciate you voicing that. Did you ever have to come back after a 2-year period?
I haven't, but there have been opportunities where I can think of one where it probably didn't work out.
Okay. Well, that's honest.
Yeah.
Well.
That's how we do it.
I appreciate that. I also appreciated the voices that we heard in public comment tonight.
too.
And also, we've had our past meetings with this as one of our topics. So I don't know if you've made a point to listen to our past board meetings for public comment. But clearly, the community is an important piece of this and their voice. And so I appreciated your giving us a practical who's who would be a part of this. When do you start, I mean, do the community panels, are they the first sort of
That's a great
launching
question.
point?
I think what I would be looking at is your calendar, what time frame, because I like doing those panels as soon as we can because it gets energy to the process. If we were selected, my thought was like I think it's the week of the 9th of February would be my goal of trying to do your community panels. I would think a Monday, Tuesday, because if your board meeting's that Tuesday, my goal would be to do the panels, like do a Monday panel, all the groups, have a community meeting somewhere that Monday evening, and then do some more panels on that Tuesday, and we can put that stuff at a high level and executive summary pretty quickly. And then at that board meeting, we really give the board what were the top things we heard from the community. So I like to be aggressive in that because it helps you as you're going through candidates and as you're talking to people to really get really kind of focused on what you're looking for and what you want. And again, it's your search and you're the board that makes a decision, but the feedback is, to me, is always beneficial.
And then from there, you then go out and cull a group of people. And typically, how many do you bring forward? I know that
Sure.
I've read from also, and just in our references, that a large group, but that you've had come forward. Is that typical, or like how many would you have?
Okay, so we would never tell you to try to see, or what we would do is we would take the large list of like 45 and we would cut that down to like 8 or 12 roughly.
Okay.
And then we would have conversations like about what you liked in each candidate, and then you would decide who you want to bring forward for interviews. And I would say the best numbers I typically see, especially if you like doing the breakfast, dinner kind of thing, and you want to, I would say try to keep it to 4, because if you do too many, unless you're going to do a couple weekends, doing more than 4 in a day is exhausting. I mean, you're giving so much of yourselves, and you're so focused, and you've had a work week outside of that. It's too much to do any more than 4, and really it's not fair to the candidates either.
Okay.
Does that answer you?
Yeah, I just had one last question.
Sure.
When you think of Santa Barbara Unified School District, what comes to mind?
Great place to live. Great place to be.
Well, I have a friend whose kids are in the district, so I'm a little biased. It reminds me a lot of it's California. It's representative of our state, right? And they're good kids, and there's good communities, and there's challenges. But you can't come to a meeting and see these parents that taken after working all day, coming to a meeting to talk about their kids, right? It's so, it makes me feel good. And it's a good place. And it won't be hard to find great candidates that want to come here too. He's right.
Also, it's very refreshing to see that the community recognizes the fact that it doesn't matter whether you're male or female. It's your skills and qualifications. It just so happens that you're all female. And I think that's a great statement for all of us. Yes. Yeah, I noticed that. But I think that's great because we need to start looking past gender and race and all these other things. Look at truly what connects us together as people. And just highest commendations for the community for selecting you to do this great work.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thanks. Rose, Ms. Munoz, excuse me.
Hello, thank you for your presentation and, you know, being honest with us and open about the process and so forth. As, you know, as you've heard from our parents, there is interest in serving, like, for example, the interests of special ed students and Latino students because of the percentage in our community and our students. And also we have several challenges, such as, you know, we're about to embark on the implementation of the ethnic studies and multilingual pathways and so forth. So I wondered, one, about, you know, having representatives from your firm that would be able to communicate with our Latino parents, and what you have in mind for that.
We can accommodate that easily, right? So that's, we do searches all over the country and in California. I mean, and some of our communities are even higher percentages of Latino than here in Santa Barbara. So you tell us what you need and we'll make it happen.
And do you have, you know, I imagine you have staff available that are
yes.
bilingual, bicultural?
We have, I think our numbers are probably more diverse than not. I mean, well, I'm well, I know if you knew, but I'm
right. And then, and also, you know, helping us select a superintendent who is supportive of innovative programs, you know.
Well, two things. So thank you for asking that question. Excuse me for pointing. If we wouldn't even bring someone forward that didn't meet that kind of, that wasn't open and inviting and and if we knew there was any pattern of not being inclusive or supportive, that's kind of what our, you know, I do a lot of different things relative to education, and, you know, you think about where we are now, and in some communities we're more segregated than we were during the 1960s. And, you know, Bobby Kennedy said, and that is the worst thing that can happen in education is when you have a segregated community. So we pride ourselves on making sure our groups and our communities are together.
And innovation is my specialty. I had the opportunity to work with President Obama on his Connect Ed Future Ready initiative, and our district is one of the second poorest in the nation, but we were the first to put technology in the students' hands from preschool to high school. And then I came up with this crazy idea to put Wi-Fi routers on buses and park them in neighborhoods, and that kind of went all over the world because people were like, wait a minute, how did I think of that? But students were not being connected. And so having innovative type of philosophy and a growth mindset is the type of people that I know how to identify, because I was in HR. I loved HR. You dealt with some problems, but you also dealt with some great successes in developing people and developing leaders. So I can spot them, and I'll help you spot them.
The bus thing was really cool. It
Sounds like
was amazing.
Thank you, because it does, you know, even though our community is, you know, by the ocean and so forth, we have very real challenges with the cost of housing, with livability issues and such. And so I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you. I'll just make it quickly to wrap this up. But I did speak with Cold Springs, your references from Cold Springs, and I love that you've done that search so recently, and it seems as though through that you got to know Santa Barbara, following on Dr. Reed's question. But it's a wonderful district that we partner with, but quite different than Santa Barbara Unified. So if you could just speak to any other local or in the area searches you've done, or just lessons that you've learned about this community. I think you've heard a lot about it from already, so I don't need to ask for a long answer, but I just wondered if you had done other searches in this area.
I did Ventura's search.
Great.
I did Glendale, Burbank. I mean, I'm trying to think all the other ones I've done. And then Hemet, which is, I think, similar, except it's not near the beach community. Pasadena. What else am I forgetting? But I think the most important thing are lessons that you learn, right? And I think No search is perfect. I think the one thing I did learn was probably the fact that the breakfast meal thing, that at first I was kind of like, oh my gosh, why are we doing that? Wow. What a great opportunity to connect people with the board early in the process, and you get to see who you really would like, not just from a knowledge standpoint, but from this kind of connecting thing that is invaluable. And so those make things. And then I even with boards, at times you get to a point of a search where you're tired, and having the wherewithal to say, we're done. We're going to call it a night. We're going to go home. We're going to come back tomorrow and do it again fresh. And I'll say the last thing is never be surprised what the voices that are normally silent can do and impact your search, because those to me have done the greatest and positive impact of really recognizing, understanding that all of your community is important, and titles don't mean leadership, right? People that have a good heart, that care about their communities, that's what leadership is about. And so that to me is a great lesson, and your speech was awesome.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. I believe that wraps up this part of the presentation for McPherson Jacobson. Thank you so much.
Thank
really
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Great. And now we will hear from the second search firm, Leadership and Associates. Gotcha. Great. So just to explain to the public here that the second firm was in a different part of the building here and is coming in. So that's what we're waiting for. You know, we could take a little break if we wanted to. I don't know where they are. Okay, we won't. We'll soldier on here. Mhm. Okay, welcome. Please, if you don't mind introducing yourself at the podium, that would be fantastic. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
Great. So just to set this up, please, thank you, Dr. Van Leuven and Dr. Verdugo, excuse me. And you gentlemen, sir. Great. We will do, we're hoping your presentation will be about 10 minutes, and then we'll have about 10 minutes of questions.
It can be.
That would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. I'm Fred Van Leuven, and we're with Leadership Associates. We're going to accelerate the process. We have a PowerPoint that we're going to go through. We know that you've already read it. You know everything about it. We're just going to highlight the parts that make us different. And so we'll go through that right there. And we start off right in the beginning as you see 3 of us. And for a school district of about 15,000 kids, we don't generally do that. We do this because we know your community. We know you need to have a visible impact with gathering information from folks. And the other part of this thing is we also know that there's a Latino issue that you wanted us to address, and so we'll have a theme of that through this process today. Rich and David are both bilingual, and we have had a lot of experience in working with diversity. Rich is, well, I don't know in 10 minutes we'll talk, but Rich has been recognized nationally, actually internationally, for his work with Mexican students. David has been also the executive director of CALSA, the Latino Administrative Association. We've been a lot of places. I was the president of WASC. In fact, about 5 or 6 years ago, I actually came and presented to the board talking about WASC. Could tell you more that we have actually had a relationship with this district a year ago, helping with San Marcos Principal. Also goes back to even before San Marcos identified their block schedule. I was in Conejo Valley and Newberry Park had it, the 4x4, and actually we had helped with Bob Ferguson, who was a principal back in those days. Okay, we're going to start flying, and we're not going to go over all of these things, obviously, but one of the big things we have done is we do more searches in California than anybody else. We are different because we are not consultants that are coming in. We're all vested partners in it, and we'll talk about that in a second. All former superintendents, and we're all very connected to the state. There is the state. Those are our partners. Those are all the folks that are doing this. We had a meeting today, this morning, a phone conference, which we do every 2 weeks, talking about searches, talking about candidates, talking about people that know people. And so we're up and down the state. Each one of those are partners. So this is the organization. We're based in Santa Barbara. I'm the one local guy because I've been in this county since 1996. And so, and I'll still continue to be in the county as we continue to go. We sort of cherry-picked a bunch of schools, districts that we've done, and we've all three of us have worked together. David and I just finished the Santa Maria High School District Superintendency. David's done Guadalupe, Rich has done Oxnard, Rich has done Santa Paula, David has done Berkeley, Rich has done Capistrano, I've done Santa Clara. We could give you a whole bunch more districts, you know, large districts, Fresno, who else? Sacramento, San Francisco. So the point is that we've been with a number of school districts, and we just sort of cherry pick those that we could deal with. Okay.
Okay, great.
We're all going to get a chance to talk because we're all the team here.
Well, what I wanted to begin with, if I may, ladies and gentlemen, was just to say thank you very, very much for the opportunity to be here in front of you, not only the audience, your community. I'm sorry, I apologize. Your audience, your community, we want to say thank you very much. This slide represents some of the affiliation that we are connected to in terms of the extensive reach that we have. We believe that by being associated with a variety of these associations and organizations, it expands our opportunity to have a stronger recruiting opportunity for you folks. So, for example, and you can read those, but American Association of School Administrators, AASA. I'm a former governing board member of AASA. I am the former executive director of CALSA, the California Association of Latino Superintendents. I've worked very closely with AXA, of course, CASA. I worked very, very closely with CASA, the California Association of African American Superintendents, Suburban, California Collaborative, the American Leadership Forum, and many of us are associated with a variety of universities up and down the state as well. We really want to try to show and express the fact that we have known about your accomplishments, and you can be very proud of some of these items that are here. The Crisis Go, the Comprehensive Plan for Multilingual Pathways for Students, the Program for Effective Access to College, the strong community support as evidenced by your various bond measures and referendums that you've passed, and the Santa Barbara Unified School District Music Education's national recognition. But I think more importantly, if I may for a moment, we often ask ourselves around what versus why. And as you see up there, what is our why? We think it's important to share with you, ladies, and the audience, the fact that the what would be to assist school boards and educational organizations in the recruitment and in the selection and then that process of their next new leader, the most important decision that you as a body of trustees have. However, we believe it goes deeper than that. We believe all of our partners have that why. a deep belief, a core belief in that American society and that every organization deserves a passionate, caring, and inspired leadership team focused on ensuring that all children receive the highest quality education possible that we together can envision. So we distinguish that, and we believe we're part of that why on our daily basis, and certainly our past practices as former superintendents. This next slide is really a reflection of the 4 steps that we believe over the last 20 years reflects the kind of work that we are connected to and believe in. And I'll read that in just a moment. I want to say, however, that over the last 2 years, we've been very proud of the fact that over 65% of the superintendent searches in the entire state of California have been done by Leadership Associates. And if the board will indulge me for a moment, of the 18 or 20 superintendent openings that are currently taking place in the latter part of 2019 and early in 2020, approximately 19, we've been asked to conduct about 15 of those searches of the partners accordingly that Dr. Van Leuven showed you on that slide. But it starts with an in-depth candidate profile and those questions being asked of you of the characteristics that you believe are important in your next leader. It goes next into the extensive stakeholder input. We are here for you as it relates to the interviews, the online survey, the personal outreach, the district employees, the entire stakeholder community that you would want us to talk to, whether that's a DLAC group, a city council member, a police chief, as I mentioned, the trustees. We begin to create what's called a position description for the best match and fit possible. We want somebody who has a desire to be here and is committed to being here, longevity, consistency. We don't want somebody who's trying to escape someplace from someplace. So that recruitment, that campaign, that outreach, that personal outreach, broad advertisement, if you will, intensive, comprehensive vetting taking place through the reference checks that we do, Google searches, criminal and financial backgrounds if need be as well. And then finally, the presentation of candidates where the board interviews and has a final selection of the people that we are bringing forward that you are having a desire to bring forward to talk to and to interview. With that? Okay, that's the next one.
So one of the things that we believe is very, very important, and first of all, thank you for taking the time to hear us. We appreciate it having us here. But one of the things that we believe is absolutely critical for the board is for us to go wherever we can go and get input to bring back to you, which will inform you when you see the list of candidates and your finalists about who you'd like to choose. As Fred mentioned, David has been organizationally involved with the Latino community for a lot of his career. I worked a ton with Mexico. I'm a native Spanish speaker, so I will be doing much of the outreach by phone, by mail, by email, in person to a number of places to be able to make sure that our Spanish-speaking people will be able to, citizenry, will be able to give input to the board. So one of our strategies is to go to DLAC meetings as often as we can, or be there by video conference, one or the other, because at different schools they happen at different times. We want to meet with Latino parents. We know they're all over the district, West Side, all these that we mentioned, right? Riviera, Las Positas, the West Side, East Side, Isla Vista, Goleta or Goleta, and Noleta. So we'll be everywhere, and we will make sure that everybody that we talk to responds in some way or another. We also have an online survey, which I think you mentioned was one of the slides. Okay, we'll talk about that. I'm going to encourage contact with your entire community, the Spanish-speaking community, to call me, to video conference me, to email me, and everybody will get a response, or everybody will be responded to in that community. So that's where we were at. Next slide. So here's our search process overview, probably not different than others that you have seen. As David mentioned, the first phase, desired characteristics, timeline, protocols. Then we do the community engagement, which is critical to our process. Gather the input, give it back to you. You get a whole packet of information about what was said in terms of what the community wants from your, for your next superintendent. We advertise in trade publications nationally and in California. Then we bring all the candidates to you, all of them. You choose who you want to interview. We don't screen anybody out or pre-screen or pre-interview or any of that. Then you do the interviews, and then we recommend a validation visit to make sure that what you saw in the interview and what you saw on paper are the real deal. I wanted to mention that the three of us together, between us all, we've done about 150 superintendent searches. We're vets. I'm the second eldest partner. I've been with them since 2006, and we go back to 1996. This is the timeline, a schedule, which the first meeting that you schedule with us, if we're fortunate enough to get the search, we will we'll discuss the kinds of things that we talked about, which is the engagement process, who you want us to talk to. We'll talk about all the means we have in a level of specificity to go out, that you want us to go out and see. And then the rest of the things that you saw, the reference background checking. We're proud of our community input, our recruitment with those 14 partners, and we're absolutely proud of the fact that we do very thorough background checking and community input, as I said. So then the interviews, validation process, approval of contract, and new superintendent begins. I know we're trying to fit this in 10 minutes, I'm sorry.
How close are we right now? Okay, good.
Oh, good. So broad outreach, as we mentioned, certainly all of the staff, the teacher association, classified organizations, parents, the management team, anybody that we can talk to. We'd like to talk to each of you individually and collectively to see exactly what you want. You'll see all that back to you in a report. We do the online survey in English and Spanish for sure, and Vietnamese, Chinese, and if we need to do in Arabic, we can get it translated. We can do that. And again, this is what we ask them. What do they want to see? What kind of experience do they want to see? What they believe are your strengths and your challenges, and then other comments. It becomes quite an extensive report. We are definitely steeped in what we believe is very important, which is equity, and also reaching from preschool, which is critically important, early childhood all the way through high school. Given that, we're ready for questions, comments, etc.
I'd like to add one other thing here.
Sure.
Not to scare you, but right now there are roughly 20 searches that are going on.
Sure.
There's probably going to be another 40 to 60 that are going to happen, and so we've given you a fairly aggressive to get you on, get you out there. We have in 2 weeks the State Superintendent Symposium, which it would be what we were hoping is to be able to start the process fairly quickly, be able to get this thing advertised so people know what's going on. We've already started talking to people, even though we don't have the job. We want you to be successful, so we've started talking to people about this opening anyway. But I wanted just to make sure that you, when you see this, what was going on and why it was happening that way.
And if I may, I'd like to add an important component to. I'd like to add an important component to what we believe is the support process, and that is the support that we would provide Sandra in all of this process. Our executive assistant resides in Santa Barbara, by the way, and so we feel that that's real critical when you can provide the senior executive assistant the kind of assistance and support and guidance with timelines and calendars and schedules. It does really work out quite well, and we think that that's an important factor.
Absolutely.
Okay. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. So I think we're ready for you.
Great. We're ready to ask questions.
Good.
Board members, who wants to start? Any questions? Ms. Ford.
Thanks so much for your presentation. I'm wondering about the step of the interview process. Can you describe what it looks like?
Well, yes, you from the beginning, you're going to see all of the applications. You're going to, we'll have a meeting in which we'll select the candidates. We will have helped you figure out what questions you want to ask. We will be in the room. We will be bringing them in. We usually have it at in a off-campus place, so because we don't want people to see who's coming in, because this is all confidential. You will ask the questions. We will help you figure out the rankings and going through that process, and that's the fun part. Go ahead.
We will also provide you a portal for the applicant information for you to be able to view that. It's not a paper trail process, but rather an electronic process. So that would be a timed item where you can actually see all of the applicants at your pleasure or at your timing.
Thanks. My other question has to do with the online survey. In my reference checks, I guess there might have been some challenges with it in Santa Maria, and I wonder if you could describe what the challenge was and how you met the challenge.
The challenge was we had problems getting it hooked up to their portal and to their district website, and there was a problem trying to get a button that you would click on it that would be able to take you to that. We ended up getting it resolved, but it took the technology of the district to try to figure that part of it out. I think they discovered they had some areas that they needed to work on with their technology system. I would anticipate this being the world's record number of people that would participate in it with the survey. We do the old school face-to-face stuff. We're finding in more districts they're using the portal or the online survey, and especially with your parent square that you guys started not too long ago, that you have such, from my perception, electronically being able to get to folks. We have folks that can't get to that as well, and that's the part we need to work on through. But I would imagine we'll see I think we'll see the highest number of people using the survey that we've had. Sure.
Other questions, comments? Dr. Reed.
Hi, thank you very much for all of your presentations, and I appreciate you're really having strategies already in place. So that seems to me a local perspective that you have. So when you think about the district, Santa Barbara Unified School District, what comes to mind for you in terms of what you think we need for the community that we have here and for our students?
So the good news is I watch your board meetings. When you live
Good
in
for you.
when you live
Wow.
I hear you. When you live in Santa Barbara and you're a Santa Barbara News Press person, you see Newshawk, you see Independent, Ed Hat, you read a lot of things. Just like any organization, communication is a big issue, and I think that's one of the reasons why you're seeing 3 of us here. This is unusual that we would bring 3 for a district this size, but we believe, and we put this in way before the folks came to the board meeting, talking about the need for the outreach to the Latino population. We thought that was something that was necessary. And we also realized that we have to be very visible to the community. And when we're saying community, that's the whole school community. So you have staff, teachers, parents, you have business members, you have the whole community part of it. So I think that would be one area and I think that's, when I read the paper, that's what people are more concerned about, that part of it. You've done some marvelous things in this district, and we could have spent some time talking about it, and we really abbreviated our presentation for the 10 minutes because I think we thought we were going to get 20, but we whipped through it pretty quick. We left some things out, but I think the main point is that we have a really strong outreach, not only when we do these kinds of things and we engage the community. We'll talk to you about who needs to be in here. We'll meet with folks. We'll spend a lot of time talking to folks, and we'll have some community meetings where we will have a lot of folks come to that. Or they don't come to it, and they do the survey. I mean, that's the part where we don't know. Santa Maria had a lot of parents and community members that showed up in their community for their community forum. You guys want to add something?
I do, yes. I would add that you need someone that is not only focused on equity and all students getting all treatment equally, not equally, but equitably, and also somebody that will be here for the long haul. And as I look at your sign there, we prepare students for a world that's yet to be created, someone that has a sense of moving an organization into the next phase of education. I was fortunate to work for 10 years in a research lab at the University of San Diego. We were funded to do research on mobile technology across the world, around the world. And it is amazing how our business is going to change, not just online education, but in many, many other ways. So someone that has that eye to the future, but also can currently move forward and involve everyone in creating that world that's yet to be created.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Ms.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for your presentations. So my first question is, you did mention early care and education, which is very dear to my heart with regard to preschools. So can you talk to or speak to what experience you did in reaching out to the preschool community?
Did you reach out to the preschool? We have not done our thorough work on the preschool community, but I do know that this board has that as a vision. I did a lot of work in my superintendencies with preschool, building a 450 student preschool. It is absolutely critical. If you want someone to succeed in 6th grade, 3rd grade, high school, they've got to have that early foundation. We were very pleased to see the emphasis that even in your bios that we saw about your vision for early childhood education. We believe that it's so very, very critical, because if you don't have a building block, especially for students who don't speak English as a first language, they're starting a little bit behind the race, and it's tougher to catch them up than it is to prepare them for the race.
Thank you. And then I noticed that you had put Santa Maria Unified High School. Was that elementary as well?
No, it's the high school district.
It's just a high school
Yeah.
district? Okay, because I was just going to ask how you put those two communities together, but
Well,
this way.
one of the things that we do meet is with the feeder districts.
Mhm.
So I would say we would meet with all of the Hope and all of the ones that we would bring in here and get feedback from the districts, from the superintendents. I've met, there's a district up in Northern California where we brought board members in from the other districts. So there was a chance that, again, this is sort of like a self-study. When we're all done with this thing, you're going to hearing things that you might be surprised about, things that you aren't surprised about, and it will give direction for both the board and the new superintendent about things that they'll need to get to work on.
And then my final question is, when we talk about being inclusive, we have invisible communities here within Santa Barbara. So how do we reach out to those parents? Particularly, I'm just going to speak out with regards to African American, which is less than that, and Native American. There's a lot of subgroups that are, important and integral and a part of some of the achievement gap, but not often at the top of how we reach out to those parents to be included.
Well, at our first meeting, we will ask you where those communities are, who people that can connect us with those communities, who they are, how we get to them, because we have 3 people and we're going to be here a lot. We want to make sure that we speak with them. Not necessarily here at the district office or, in a school, but maybe in a community meeting or something like that. I'm currently helping out a district that's got a large Native American population, and it is absolutely critical that we go there. They don't come to the district to get the input. So I'm doing that as a consultant.
Thank you.
You want to add something? Yeah, go ahead.
I was simply going to add that targeted group is important. As Rich mentioned, we will obtain that information from you directly as to where and how. I chuckled a little bit only in that during my superintendency, it wasn't unusual for me and my executive cabinet team to go out to laundromats to get the parent engagement process going and the connection and the networking that was required of all subgroups. Yes.
He also did his laundry.
Ms. Munoz, yep.
Yes, I also, I noticed the schools that you've been, done the searches for, Guadalupe School District, Oxnard, and such. I wanted to know if you can give us an example of like a stakeholder meeting in the evening for example, for Spanish-speaking parents, or, we also have a youth council, which is very active. And
You want to take the first shots of that?
Sure, thank you. I happen to have done Guadalupe's search, as well as Dr. Van Leuven and myself with the Santa Maria Joint Union High School District. Dr. Van Leuven referred briefly to the community forum. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we had over 150 folks in a multi-purpose room. It may have been kind of adjacent to their boardroom. And for efficiency in this particular case, with the numbers that we had, we did have translators there. And there was a variety of the dialects coming out of particularly Mexico. But that being said, we were very comfortable with that forum, with that venue, and with the opportunity to not only reach out to them directly there, but also, again, extend ourselves with our email addresses, if not our cell phone numbers, for any other questions that we perhaps did not cover. As far as the youth is concerned, we believe that that's an important subgroup as well, and perhaps we shouldn't even call them a subgroup. But the point being is that we do inquire as to where and when we might be able to reach a wide variety of groups, and not necessarily just your ASB cabinet students, if you will.
You want to talk about Oxnard?
Yeah. In Oxnard, excuse me, I attended DLAC meetings. We had a forum. We didn't get the great turnout at the district, so we went out to the schools and had different forums in the schools where the principal and the teachers pushed our Spanish-speaking parents to come to those forums. And we got a great turnout because it was at the school, and the school was, and that's a critical part of what we do. We really would ask that you push the principals, not push them, give them the opportunity to make sure that people come to those forums. And but we had a great success in Oxnard doing that, and just tremendous amounts of input from that community.
Great.
So we've also sort of done a mini process with San Marcos High School.
Sure.
Where we had a survey, and we also did a community forum opportunity for parents and whoever wanted to show up. We had you provided translators, so we were able to communicate that way. So.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that leads into my final question here, which is just, again, is even just seeing your time frame in the presentation that you sent reminded me of that search and how well that went. And so I wondered if you could just speak to the lessons learned from the San Marcos search that would inform this search should you work with us on it.
Well, it was in conjunction with your district administration, so that's one of the differences. Lessons learned. Huh. You have a school community that wants to be involved with things, and even I know that from Santa Ynez.
Sure.
I think probably because of the scope and scale of this one, that we would really need to button down all of the groups that we need to talk to, and really, for both the board's benefit and the community's benefit, make ourselves available and accessible. You know, the transparency piece, because that's what you're trying to get into, and really allow them to give feedback about, we're going to ask the same questions of the board to the whole community about what are the desired characteristics or things that you want to see in the next superintendent. What do you think are the strengths of the district, and what do you see as the challenges? And we put all of this together in addition to the survey, and we put all of this information together that will give you insight into what the community thinks. And it breaks it out. It's all anonymous, but it will break it out by how they identify themselves, and people can identify themselves as a parent and a community member and a business member. But you'll get a chance to see how this is all coming out. I think, I don't know, we're ready to help you. We were excited about this opportunity, and we actually prepared for this back in December before it was all due. And again, we're all three of us, you know, we've all worked together, and this is going to be an opportunity to really help you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure.
Good.
Would it be okay if I address the Spanish-speaking folks a little bit? So, you know, to you, but just to talk to them?
Sure. That'd be wonderful. Thank you.
¿Cuántos de ustedes hablan español aquí en el público? Gracias. Quisiera que ustedes sepan que estarán ustedes muy involucrados en todo el proceso, desde el primer paso hasta el final. O sea que esta mesa directiva, ¿verdad? Una mesa directiva muy preparada en cuanto a su propia educación. Van a escoger un superintendente, ¿verdad? El número 1 del distrito. Pero estarán ustedes muy involucrados en todos los pasos que existan. Yo seré el contacto, ¿eh? Con mucho gusto. Gracias. Thank you.
You want to tell them what you said?
Yeah. Oh, I said. That's right. I just said that I wanted to assure them that they will be very involved in every aspect of the search, from the beginning to the end, that I'll be the contact, but you will hear their voice. I also mentioned that you are very well educated and well prepared board educationally, and you're going to pick the best person because of your backgrounds, and they're tremendous, by the way, but they'll have input to you. That's what I said. Thanks.
And then lastly, if I may, any opportunity to come to Santa Barbara and go to Super Rica is good.
Excellent. Okay, well, thank you so much
You're
to you
welcome.
three. I really appreciate this. And now we'll just talk as a board to make this decision. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Really wonderful presentation.
Yeah, I think we're gone. I don't know where we're going.
Thank you very much. Take care. Okay. All right, so now it's time for the board to have a discussion. And again, appreciate the work that you did already to this point to check references and dive into this prior to this presentation. So I'm just going to open it up. I think that the goal here is that we come to a consensus amongst the five of us on which of the two firms to pick. It's clear that the fiscal impact will be the same either way we go. And so it's really a determination of who we felt is the best firm to lead this search at this time for our district. So does anyone want to start with any initial reactions? Yeah, please.
Could you clarify your vision for how you think this should proceed? We should talk with each other and then someone will make a motion?
Yeah, I'm hoping that the ideal would be that as we all share our observations, that there's sort of a clear consensus around one. And if there isn't, it might take some more discussion. And ideally, it doesn't have to come down to a vote. We need to vote to authorize the funding. But if it does come down to a vote choosing between the two, we can do that as well.
Oh, well, is there an expectation we do that tonight?
We should, just given the time frame, we should.
Okay.
Very much. Yeah, that's the hope. Certainly, we don't want to, if it's not there, we don't need to pigeonhole ourselves unnecessarily. But it seems as though we have two qualified firms in front of us, and it's really just making a choice in terms of which one would be the best fit. I can start by saying that my reference checks were both equally glowing, as reference checks often are, but you learn a lot about the process. And I did hear from Santa Paula and also from Cold Springs about each of them, and got some good insights, mostly about going forward beyond this decision, but how to form the search. I personally think that it's interesting that Leadership Associates has done this San Marcos search for us so recently, and is so well versed in Santa Barbara and so local. So for me, that's a leg up. It's not necessarily, if there's consensus in the other direction, I would be supportive of that too. But I do think that that's a strong attribute of Leadership Associates is how well versed they are in this community, and having just done the San Marcos search, really understanding our district recently. I'll just lead things off with that. Yeah, Dr. Reed.
So I was impressed with both groups. I think they both had an understanding, I believe, of the district. I appreciated the transparency that was brought forward with Leadership and Associates around the work we need to do in really ensuring that we're addressing all of the community, that everybody's voices can be heard. And even the bringing up of student voice, because I think student voice is vital also. So not just that we ensure that we equitably outreach to all parents in our community, and certainly our cabinet and staff, but that we're reaching out to students, and we're really looking to bring together a community. Because I think we have an opportunity here to really bring everyone together to voice what we want to lead our district and to support all of our students. I appreciated in the first group the mention of really students first, that student voice was really crucial, but to really think about the students as we frame this work and this search. I love the fact with Leadership and Associates that it's local, that they did support us in the San Marcos search, that they know our community and they know the challenges that we've faced and the positive work that we've done in moving forward with this district. I appreciate the fact that they listened, or at least they said they did, and when watched board meetings. I think that that's important to know what is going on, what is the process, and to have an ear to the local media, because those voices are also important, and that they should have an awareness of what people are saying, not necessarily or what they say is exactly what happens necessarily, but that they are aware of the different voices in media outreach that are provided. So I guess I would lean towards an organization that really had an understanding of our community and our population. And I love the fact that as a team, they brought different pieces. This is with Leadership Associates, but that they spoke to the importance of equity, the importance of an innovative superintendent, so that we can't forget where we've come, and I think the work that Mr. Matsuoka brought, and certainly our mission, we prepare students for a world that is yet to be created. We need somebody innovative to take us to the next level, but we need to bring everybody into that process and be inclusive in the way we do that. And I feel that those voices from that team spoke to that for me too.
Other comments, reactions? Yeah, Ms. Ford.
Thanks. I appreciate those comments, Dr. Reed, although I find myself more interested in some of the things that were shared with me in the reference checks about McPherson and Jacobson with regard to innovation of the process. I heard about things in my reference checks that I had not seen in other superintendent searches. And I also felt like the presentation itself was more eloquent and more sort of thought-provoking rather than more traditional. So I tend to lean toward a less traditional approach to the search. And for that reason, I'm seriously leaning toward McPherson and Jacobson.
Any other leanings or or decisions or
Well, they
feedback?
were both good.
Exactly. I
Yeah.
mean, I think we're this is a good challenge to have in front of us right now.
Right. So yeah, I echo all the comments that have been said before, my sister board members. With regards to, I appreciated both the presentations from both firms. It was really good. And but for me, just in our times, I felt like Leadership Associates feel like they know us so well. It's like you don't have to do a whole lot. And so sometimes when you think you know someone so well, you miss some things. And so that's what I kind of felt throughout that whole thing. Can they really see it as something new, as we need to be innovative? If you're looking at the same thing and you think you know us so well, are you going to be able to spot those things that we need to move to that next level? So that was where I kind of started to do that, because in most of the comments that we know we've done, it feels like you're kind of prepared for, we're going to do this, as opposed to tell us what you're going to do differently, because I didn't really hear in your question about what did you learn. And so that was also speaking to me as well. With the firm, McPherson and Jacob, I really appreciated just their approach, their different approach, and very relational in terms of that, how important it is. It felt very heartfelt that they're going to do to their level best to be able to get at the heart of what's most important with regards to our students and our district. And I feel they may be able to learn some new things because they don't know us that well in that sense. And I also got some of that feedback also from other in my reference checks, that they're willing to adapt and make the necessary changes as they find out new information, and share that with the board and keep us apprised of those changes, so that we're able to make sure that we're not any blind spots. And so that was, you see me more leaning toward that for those particular reasons, more toward McPherson and Jacobson.
Okay, Ms. Munoz.
I think that, overall, I'm not sure if I'm being heard okay. Overall, I think that, both firms will do a good job. I mean, they have been doing this. They have a lot of experience and so forth. I also feel like, McPherson and Jacobson were, willing to have smaller stakeholder groups meetings so that they would be able to address more individually in terms of what the concerns are of our community, of our students and our board. And also that they were very more receptive. They seemed to be, in terms of, diversity and such in our students and in this day and age, willing to learn from us during the search. And so I also, it's a huge decision to make because of the future of our school district, but I do feel like I also lean towards them at this time.
Interesting. So it seems as though, if I'm reading this correctly, we all, 5 of us, are pretty satisfied with both choices and impressed by the quality of their previous work, what they presented here. Obviously the reference checks all were positive, but Dr. Reed and I tend to lead towards leadership's associates, and the 3 of you down there tend to lead towards the other. So I guess, we could do another round if we want to just hash this out a little bit further. I don't feel strongly. I'd be happy with both choices. So this is not something that I think we need to have a split vote on, in my opinion. So do we want to just see if there's any other questions that we have of each other, or any other comments we want to make?
Well,
yeah,
I was wondering
sure,
what you would like to know more about McPherson and Jacobson that might change your mind.
Honestly, I was just thinking about.
Because I could refer back to my notes.
Sure, I appreciate that. And I liked the kind of, to me, it was a bit counterintuitive that they don't know us as well, and therefore the search might produce a more intriguing choice, if that's the right word. Because I kind of went to the practicality of, maybe perhaps because I'll be on point for this. The fact is that they do have staff here, and a lot of this is a lot of legwork to put together stakeholder groups and to not have to explain, just the fact that they even understand the neighborhoods, and that there's that commonality already going into it might make this process more streamlined, more efficient, and we are going to be under the clock. So that's how I tilt, is from just the, feels like they have a bit of a running start. So I can be convinced that the others would be as adept. Clearly, they've done searches all over. They just did Cold Springs. So I don't see it as a major difference, but that was what guided me towards my leaning towards leadership. Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say the difference in the 2 reference checks that I did between the companies, one of the differences, which is sort of a counter to what you're saying, is that they reported that McPherson and Jacobson came in with a bevy of great candidates.
Yep.
So that process went fast. Like, they immediately came up with 27 people or something for Saugus. And so just to give you that perspective, that yes, there are many things that Leadership Associates might have in terms of being able to be more convenient or convenient, but in fact, if you can come up with dozens of great candidates, that's very convenient too.
Yes, good point.
So in my reference, well, first of all, I just want to say that I think they're both terrific, and I also appreciate your perspective, Ms. Sims Moten, of really looking at it from, so coming in with fresh eyes, so to speak. In my reference, it was with McPherson, was the fact that the past board president who ran the search implied in my conversation that there was 5 solid candidates. There was a large group, but they felt that that large group sort of might have been people that were not as highly sought after as those 5. In other words, they were on the bench, but they came in with this large group that they didn't really have as many high caliber people as those 5. So it was top heavy with a lot of people, but when it came down to it, it was really those 5 that were solid. So I thought that was an interesting perspective to have. On the other point was that he's no longer on the board, so I don't know, and I was waiting to actually get a call back from the board member that's actually currently on the board who could say what was the follow-through. So how did this superintendent proceed? But But one of the things I would say that I would want to know more from, and just to Ms. Munoz's question to McPherson group was about outreach to the Latino population. And there wasn't a definitive plan or transparency of a plan of what that would look like. So I appreciated with Leadership and Associates a very framed plan of outreach, how that would happen, what it looked like. And I guess that I appreciated in their presentation. So did anyone get another perspective in terms of the McPherson Jacobson group with regards to outreach to our community?
Ms. Munoz, actually, that if I could ask you that question, because I know that's been your consistent point is outreach to the Latino community. Yet, and I did agree with Dr. Reed that it seemed as though at least Leadership and Associates was more prepared to talk about that in detail. But how did that strike you?
Right, it was with McPherson and Jacobson, I like to hear the person kind of get a sense of where they're at, bilingual, bicultural. And I didn't. But then with Leadership Associates, I know the gentleman spoke Spanish to our parents and so forth. But I don't know, I didn't get a real feel for that.
Okay.
Honest.
Fair enough. Good.
And then I did also make an attempt to reach out to the Guadalupe School District about Leadership and Associates, and because of my own availability, I didn't get a response. So I wasn't able to get a direct response.
Sure. Okay. Well, I'm certainly okay with moving towards the consensus, which is McPherson and Jacobson, if Dr. Reed is. I don't want to put you on the spot like that. But
I think it's important that, I certainly think we need innovation. I do agree with the fact that I felt that they were very relational. I felt like I could feel really comfortable having a conversation and get realistic feedback. So that made me really comfortable.
Yeah.
And I think that if we're in the onslaught of how we approach it, that we really want to have a really transparent outreach approach to our community to ensure all voices are heard. I guess that would be something that I would want to put in the forefront and ensure that we had something laid out fairly quickly, what they felt would be the best approach. I'm all about getting the best person, and I'm also about coming together and working together to do that. So,
yep. I'll just add, because I did talk to Cold Springs, 2 people there, and I asked why they chose them, and they said because McPherson and Jacobson is recommended by the California School Board Association, that was such a strong recommendation. And so I do think that bodes very well. both come with excellent credentials. We can't go wrong here, is how I'm feeling about it. So I think it sounds like, okay, we're not quite ready for a motion. Ms. Ford.
Well, it's kind of a comment/motion.
All right, go for it.
One thing that one of my reference checks actually said is that they were delighted with McPherson Jacobson because they had heard already that Ben Johnson was the best search consultant in the country.
Okay.
And whether that's true or not, that's why I asked the question if he would be our consultant, and he said yes. And so with that, I'd like to make a motion that we accept McPherson and Jacobson as our search firm.
And I will second that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries. That is our new search firm. And off we go. Thanks, everybody. We're going to take a little break before we move back to the rest of the action agenda. Thanks for your patience. We're going to do a little agenda management here, everybody. So we're moving to action item 24. So G24, Yes, there are 24 action items. We are moving this up in the interest of those visitors who are here. It's the approval of the memorandum of understanding between Santa Barbara Unified School District and UCSB for the Harding University Partnership School Project.
Thank you.
Dr. Ramirez is on point here.
Eye candy. Okay.
No public comment.
Good evening, Ms. Capps, Board President Capps, board members. So pleasure to be able to just introduce this topic. As you know, we have a very long-standing partnership with UCSB in a number of different arenas, but more specifically, a very tight-knit partnership as it relates to Harding University Partnership School. So with that, I'd like to be able to turn it over to Ms. Binkley and the UCSB representation and team to be able to talk a little bit about how that partnership has moved forward and what we envision here for the future.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ramirez. Thank you for having us tonight and giving us this opportunity to showcase our partnership. I have with me today Dr. Jeff Milam. He is the Dean of the Gevert School of Education. Dr. Jill Sharkey. Jill has been Associate Professor and has been handling a lot of the logistics of our Memorandum of Understanding. And Liaison Lily Garcia, who has truly been a blessing, and I'll get into that a little bit more. So just very quickly, briefly, Harding was founded in 1927. We have been a proud authorized international baccalaureate school since 2012. And we have really seen an uptick in our trend in student achievement over the last 5 years. So our partnership with UCSB began in 2000. Oh, let me rewind a little bit. I have to say that the upward trend in student achievement is mostly attributed to our collaborative approach to individualized instruction at the school site with the staff and our community. And in order to make that happen, we have several systems in place that are complex and multi-tiered. And UCSB has really been a strong partner in helping us support those. So more recently, but the relationship with UCSB started in 2010, and with some changes in both leadership at Harding and also at UCSB, it was rather dormant for many years. And it was when Dr. Milam came on board and brought Lily as a liaison that we really started to get that ball rolling. We have met several objectives. The college-going culture has been prevalent. Students have been exposed to many opportunities to interact with college students, making the opportunity and the attraction of going to college right there for them. We've had several opportunities for university visits in multiple facets, which I'll get into on the next slide. They have been able to support us both in English language arts and math. And most importantly, and I think having the biggest impact, is the interaction that we have with them in our social and emotional learning multi-tiered system of support, specifically in our friendship groups, and also in a new philosophy that we've gotten through a research project called Raising Lions in a kind of a break protocol, kind of an approach to discipline that has really changed the culture of our school. So key features and benefits of our partnerships. We have a partnership core committee that is comprised of essentially us and oftentimes other people that are involved in the projects and programs that we're bringing into place. But these programs and projects always revolve around our SIPSAR, our single plan for student achievement, and our 3 big goals of making sure that we maintain our multi-tiered system of support in literacy and also in social and emotional learning, and build upon our parent and community partnerships. One of the longest programs that we've had is the Community-Based Literacies program. This is a program where all 4th grade students spend their Wednesday afternoon up at the McEnroe Reading Clinic. They have they do a lot of work towards our goal of evidence-based reading and writing across the curriculum. There's been a marked improvement in reading comprehension skills and to make connections in complex concepts, and demonstrating the ability to find evidence in text. Since this program has been in place for 3 years, our sixth graders have that experience, our fifth and our fourth grade. More recently, we've written a grant that the UCSB is directly involved with through the California State Libraries, and we have a Young Authors Grant program where we are picking certain genres, and the kids in fifth and sixth grade work on site with students from the Reef. So the Marine Science Lab is coming down for content, and then through the McEnroe Reading Clinic and through our own teachers, we are providing the instruction for kids to actually culminate at the end of the year in a publishable piece. So that's going to be super fun to watch. The Counseling, Clinical, and School Psychology Department has been working directly with us to provide friendship groups. We offer about 80 students a semester. Support in mindfulness activities through the Mind Up curriculum, and support in just how to interact with their friends in a productive manner. Recently, we've had a research project to support our multi-tier system of support in mathematics, which we're moving towards. We have done a lot of work with providing parents an opportunity to understand what it takes in order to get their child into college, and what A through G requirements are. We've had many open forums, and I think with Lily has really been amazing so far as boots on the ground. She is there at practically every meeting that we have with parents, lots of meetings that we have with staff, with our key, like with our ELAC, with our site council, because she is vested in finding gaps that the university can help us fill. Some of the things that we're looking forward to is continuing our upward trend in student achievement. We have our Millionaires program. I know you guys know about that. We had 4, then we had 13. Last year we had 20. We're shooting for 30 this year. We're looking to that to see that anthology at the end of the year. This is a 2-year project, so we'll get to have 2 of those. And then another thing that we're working towards right now is I'm working with Michelle Robertson through First 5, and Harding has been selected as a pilot school for an outdoor educational space. And we're going to loop in Ty Vernon from the Kogel Autism Center, because we want to get some sensory things in there. And then just continually work together to see how we can support our program. Another thing that has happened in our relationship is that we've realized that we need to streamline the process for approving research projects, and Dr. Sharkey has been paramount in making that happen. So I'll open it up to you guys if you have any questions, and I've got some specialists here too that can answer specific data questions if you need them.
Great, thank you. Any questions? I just had any questions? I just had a procedural question. Is this an annual MOU? I know we've been doing this since 2010.
Right. 5 years.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Good to know. Yeah, Ms. Ford.
I guess I would just say that it's so impressive to see all the things that you're doing at Harding, and so this is turning out to be a recipe for grand success, so congratulations.
Thank you, and thank you.
Dr. Reed.
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge the work that you do, and also the innovation. I mean, I love the idea of this outdoor educational space, and also connecting the Autism Center, which is amazing, and then really connecting with our First 5 and our 0 to 5-year-olds. So I think it's fabulous. I think you've made such great inroads, Ms. Binkley, with all the work that you've done. I think also with reading and such. So I just wanted to commend you as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Yes, please, Mr. Matsuoka.
Just appreciate staff coming from UCSB, coming out to a school board meeting. You should come to all of them.
Yeah.
I just wanted to appreciate, I know Jill, you've been a partner with the district for a long, long time. And then Jeff and I started July 1, 2016 in our respective jobs. And I'd say we both have gotten our feet on the ground. And Jeff and I we've started a conversation about a West Side project. Hasn't gotten very far yet, but Jeff is really interested in having UCSB be almost the lead partner in this. So more to come on that.
Excellent.
Okay.
Oh, Ms. Munoz has a question.
Just appreciate, of course, very involved with the West Side community myself, and appreciate all that you're doing for our families and our students. And thank you, Lily, also for what you do. Hands-on. Thank you.
I will echo that, and thank you all for being here.
I just have one comment.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I was just thinking about that. Having been at First Five for 20 years now, we're coming full circle because we started out working as a partner with the Autism Center. So just to see that come back and now to see it expanded to that piece. So it is a joy to see the First Five really be a great partner to the school district as well as UCSB.
Yeah, we're all meeting together on the 23rd on site at 3:30. You're welcome to join us.
Yes, I'll
For the
try to
planning.
hide from you folks. No, they're great. They're great. You're always welcome there. Thank you.
All right, thank
Okay,
you so much.
You bet. And then with that, we need a motion, because this is an actual, you're welcome to sit down. But we need a motion for the actual approval of the memorandum. I guess I'm making it as I say it. So I move to approve the memorandum of understanding between Santa Barbara Unified School District and UCSB for the Harding University Partnership Project.
Second it, yeah.
All in favor?
Fine.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Yes.
Thanks. Moving backwards here to,
Report. Look, can we do report?
we can do board
Number
policies.
6.
Yes. So again,
No, very last item, last page.
oh,
I want to get Fran on the road.
okay. Okay, we are going to jump around just a little bit here in the interest of time for those who have stayed. Item H1, the first reading and discussion, I'm sorry, H6, first reading and discussion of board policy 1312. Dr. Wagner.
All right, good evening, President Capps, Board, and my colleagues. I'm here to present to you the first reading of updated Board Policy 1312.3. This is bringing uniform complaint procedures into alignment with new laws. These laws most specifically impact pregnant and parenting students, touch on oversight of the LCFF budget overview, also pertains to rights of migrant and immigrant students, and finally relates to complaints alleging health and safety violations in preschool programs as they relate to Williams complaints. So I know you've had an opportunity to review the proposed changes. Are there any questions?
Any questions? I reviewed and didn't have any myself. Okay, well, that is just the first reading, so there's not any action taken, but thank you for
Great.
bringing this forward.
And thank you for being flexible.
You bet.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so now back to the action agenda. I think we will move to, Dr. Reed, to the board action on student discipline, number 3. We did. Yep. When you're ready.
Yeah. So in the case of 201920-14, I move to make the motion for a stipulated agreement for expulsion with enforcement suspended for 2 semesters which end June 2020.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
In the case of 201920-23, I move to make the motion for a stipulated agreement for expulsion with enforcement suspended for 2 semesters which end in June 2020.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item number 5.
Number 5. In the case of 2019-20-25, I move to make a motion for full expulsion for 2 semesters which end June 2020.
All in favor?
Or
Second.
No, I'm sorry, second first. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
In the case of 2019-20-27, I move to make a motion for full expulsion for 2 semesters which end June 2020.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries.
And in the case of 2019-20-28, I move to make a motion for full expulsion for 2 semesters which end June 2020.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. And I'm just making sure on these next items, 8 and 9, we do those.
Yes, those were not done. in closed
That's right, exactly. Okay. That's also, is that you, Dr. Reed?
So I move,
Yeah,
okay.
item 8.
So in the case of 2019-201-02, I move to approve the student transfer.
Mhm.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
In the case of 2019-201-03, I move to approve the student transfer.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Moving forward, in the case of 2019-20-04, I move to make a motion for student reentry from full expulsion for 1 semester ended on January 2020.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
In the case of 2018-19-17, I move to make a motion for student reentry from full expulsion for 2 semesters ended on June 2019 and completed in January 2020.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
In the case of 2017-18-32, I move to make a motion for student reentry from full expulsion for 2 semesters ended on January 2019 and completed in January 2020.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And in the case of 2018-19-34, I move to make a motion for student reentry from full expulsion for 2 semesters ended on January 2020.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Reed, for that mouthful. We'll move on to item 14, which is the approval, I know, we did it. Approval of the Santa Barbara Teachers Association proposal. Dr. Becchio.
Dr. Reed, do you want to keep going? 4 more? You're so good at that. I bring before you for approval the Santa Barbara Teachers Association proposal to reopen contract negotiations with Santa Barbara Unified. You saw those earlier on the public hearing.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item
And
15.
Item 15, I bring before you the approval of Santa Barbara Unified's district proposal to reopen contract negotiations with Santa Barbara Teachers Association.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Item 16, Dr. Becchio.
And this one is the approval of California School Employees Association proposal to reopen contract negotiations with Santa Barbara Unified.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, last one here.
Last one is the approval of Santa Barbara Unified's district's proposal to reopen contract negotiations with CSEA.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Dr. Becchio.
Thank
And
you.
now, please, item 18, which is the proposal for increase in compensation for substitute teachers.
All right, great. Well, good evening. It's an honor to present this to you. This classification of employees is a very important group of people. It has an honor to bring this before you to present, and it reminds me of my days at the junior high and high school as principal, and reminding our staff and students regularly each year that these are the most important guests on our campus. They really do provide a service to us that's critically important. So I'm bringing this before you on behalf of those teachers. They don't have a bargaining unit, but we do want to bring this forward to you to consider because they currently, you'll see up here, I've put the summary chart where they're making $120 a day. And then you see the long-term rate is $130, and the proposal deals with both of those, the regular daily rate and the long-term rate. The last time that there was an increase to the pay structure for our substitutes was 2015, so actually exactly 5 years ago since we've raised that rate. Recently, our neighboring districts of Hope and Goleta Union have raised their rates to $130, and I think I included a chart, actually. Brian can scroll down, but this gives you the comparison, and so the public can see that. This gives us the comparison to the neighboring districts. And then above that, you'll see I put a little bit of the history of pay increases to the sub schedule. So we're proposing a $10 a day increase to the regular sub rate and actually a $50 increase to the long-term sub rate. And you might look at that and wonder, well, why so much? The rationale for that is twofold. One is our neighboring districts went to 180, and so we have to think about that as we compete for the same sub pool. But I think more importantly is the rationale that these folks that take on long-term sub positions are actually taking over the teaching of the class, and I wrote it in your summary, but they're doing the grading and the parent calls and the meetings with administrators and teachers and IEPs. And so really what we did was thought about it as an extra 2 hours, giving them an extra 2 hours a day of pay for that extra work that they're doing. They just don't leave and then come back the next day and grab the keys. They actually have to do the grading and whatnot. So that was the rationale behind that. And also the last thing is we did put in here the consideration for you to approve the raising of the range for the educator subs hourly rate back up to step 6. And what happened with this is it was lowered to step 5 because it's linked to our classified salary schedule. And what happened was as we give raises, the rate for the paraeducator substitutes, their daily rate went higher than our actual sub rates for our classroom teachers. And so what we did is we lowered that down one step so that it wasn't more attractive to be in a paraeducator sub position. Now with if there were an approval to the rate for substitute teachers, we would like to put that back to that range 6. So that's the rationale for the paraeducator increase. I did put the numbers there, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Dr. Reed.
I just have a comment, and having been a substitute, I'm thrilled because I think it's one of the hardest things to do. And to step into a classroom and to be able to take it on, and you don't know the students, and you're challenged, and anyway, so I think it's a wonderful thing. And just in my experience in the teacher ed program where I am the director of education, it's so crucial that we support our substitute teachers because they're often teacher candidates who are seeking teaching jobs too, and it really helps them when they're struggling to support their education, and this is a great opportunity that they can get substitute opportunities too. So I 100% support it.
I did want to comment on that. This is one way that we can support substitutes, no doubt. I've also met with a couple substitute teachers. One spoke at public comment, so I reached out to her and have spoken to a couple others. And I have to get to it, but there's a whole plan of ideas that I have that I think sites can implement to actually also show more support for substitutes. And I have got some ideas from subs, but there's some of my own ideas that I instituted as a principal. And so there's a whole nother realm of how we can support substitutes, but this is a great first step for them. They'll be appreciative of that.
Yeah, Ms. Sims-Moten.
I have a comment and then I have a question. So I think in doing this, I wholeheartedly support it as well. I just think it also just shows value to the substitutes in terms of their value to the district. So oftentimes when you see sub, it's like, oh, it's less than, but I really this sends a message with regards to their value and their need. And my question is, so on the long-term sub rate, on the comment, this is retroactive to the first day of long-term assignment. So can you explain that a little bit more?
Yes, so I just want to be clear on this point of retroactive pay. We're going to start this new pay schedule February 1, and we're not going to go retroactive to the beginning of someone's long-term sub assignment if they're currently in one. But the way the structure of a long-term sub works is that they actually for 20 days make the currently the $120 rate. Once they reach that 21st day, they then have a retroactive pay on all 20 of those days to $130. So they get an extra $10 for each of those days. So that's the way the retroactive work. If they're new with the new pay structure, what it would be is $130 for 20 days. On their 21st day, they'd begin getting $180, and they'd get an extra $50 for every one of those 20 days. Okay. So what we want to do, the reason it's structured that way is so that we know they're staying in a long-term position, and we intend to pay them the $180. We just want to make sure they're the one that stays.
And so that's included in your estimated cost increase?
Yeah.
And so will this retroactive, how does that, I'm trying to see the long term of this. So we will now budget 180 as opposed to, we'll be budgeting going forward 180.
For long-term subs, it would be 180.
Okay.
Yeah. From the start of their assignment, it would be 180. We assume they're going to stay till the 21st day,
Right.
and so we'd pay them.
Okay. So the 180, where we've been budgeting 130, we're not going to be looking at 180 going forward.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
That's correct. A $50 a day increase.
Right. Okay.
The way I did the calcs, just so you know, it was really difficult to find this, but I just applied what percentage increase this is to that schedule, and then I took the total payout for a regular day sub, and I increased that by that percentage, and that just seemed to be the best way for me to try to get an estimate for you all what this would impact in terms of our budget.
Yeah, you just hear me asking that question about what's the long-term overhaul as we do our budget. So what's the increase and how are we sustaining that increase? So that's where that question's coming from.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other comments? Okay. I will move to approve this recommendation for an increase for substitutes.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, let's see. We are at item 19, which is the approval tentative agreement between California School Employees Associations and its Santa Barbara chapter number 37.
Yes, thank you. This came about our theater teachers at the three high schools. Really made a request to take a look at the job description and the that was in place and the job title, because what they were concerned about is getting candidates that were able to do the coordinating and the more clerical work around managing theater, guests in the theater, and less with the technical support that they need when they're working in the theater and with students in, say, a stagecraft class. So the job description that you have before you will reflect that the changes made came from those teachers and HR and the CSEA bargaining unit. And it really reflects a heavier emphasis on the technical support so that they can get candidates that know how to use the sound equipment and rigging and the other aspects of this theater and can teach that to kids as well. So that's really what this proposal was about. We did meet with CSEA and we did get their agreement on it. And so the final step is that the board consider and approve the tentative agreement.
Any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Dr. Vecchio. Motion carries. Now we're moving to item 20. That's probably also you.
It is, and don't worry, this is it for me because I brought in Roxana to do the board policy tonight. So you'll hear from her instead of me. This tentative agreement, I'm sorry, this memorandum of understanding is really centered around our mobile device, some of the changes that we made in that arena, whereby employees were carrying 2 phones, and so what we did is created an option for them to receive, do their personal phone, but receive a $60 a month stipend. And so what CSEA really wanted, though, is that they wanted to come to the table and actually just agree on some language around expectations of use. And we actually wanted that as well, because they're hourly employees and not exempt. And so there does come into play this issue of overtime and if they're answering their phone on off hours. And would they get paid for that, and would it be at time and a half, and et cetera. So what we dealt with here is acceptable use of the phone, and also just when they would be expected to answer the phone, and that they're not expected to use it in off hours for work reasons, and that way we don't have wage claims that come back at us later. So I thought it was very insightful of CSEA to want to do this, and we were in agreement with them. So what we have before you is to consider that MOU and any questions you might have, and then I seek your approval on that.
Any questions? Makes sense to me.
Yeah, I just had a question with regards to, since they would be using, I'm assuming handling district business on their personal phones, is that subject to any compliance or different things that if there's an ask for public information requests? So just being mindful of that.
Yes, we need to make that clear to our employees if they choose to use their own phone, as I choose to do that.
Yeah.
That I have to be ready for Public Record Act requests on my phone. The thing is, it's all in the cloud, so it's really not on your device. So
Right,
yeah.
just being aware of that, though.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Ms. Sims-Moton, any other questions or comments? Okay, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Okay, now we are to, let's see, just to make sure I didn't miss that one. 21, second reading of the recommendation for approval of Board Policy 6142-1, Sexual Health and HIV/AIDS Prevention Instruction. Ms. Carey.
Good evening once again. This is coming before you for the second time, and it's coming on action as opposed to consent, as we sometimes do with board policy, just because of the amount of public interest in this board policy and in the changes to our health curriculum, specifically with respect to the California Healthy Youth Act. So I will just reiterate that the changes you see reflected in this policy are directly derived from CSBA, and there aren't local changes to it.
Excellent, and this is the second reading, so we've already reviewed this, but I do appreciate that we're bringing it forward, and with this topic, wanting to be as communicative as possible with the public and demystify this subject area. So, any questions, comments? With that, I will move to approve the second reading of this board policy.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, let's see. We are at item 22, requests for adoption of secondary textbooks. Ms. Carey.
These are exclusively supplemental texts, and I think that the accompanying materials will explain. Here's the list of the texts that we are seeking approval for, and you, if anyone's interested in more detail, you can see the actual forms that we use where the rationale and the intended use of the text is spelled out. So when we are reviewing and seeking approval for texts, in this case for supplemental texts, that happens through a process that involves the teachers at sites, librarians at sites, the assistant principals who oversee curriculum and instruction at sites, and our director of secondary education and the curriculum leadership group. So that's the approval chain, and I'm just using the opportunity to remind everyone that it's a really vetted process. And I can attempt to answer questions you have or about the process or about the text in general. But again, seeking your approval tonight of these texts.
Any questions or comments? Yeah, Ms. Ford.
I do have a question. With 7th grade supplemental reading, these look like reading, they're either fiction or nonfiction or something, right?
Yes.
Do you really need board approval for that, for a supplementary reading book?
Well, a lot of these books, what they're used for is book clubs, book groups. So where students get to choose their text or be in smaller groups of students reading the same text. We went back and forth about whether we needed board approval for supplemental text. We haven't always sought board approval for supplemental texts. But we did a review of Ed Code and landed on, I don't know, better to cover our bases.
Okay, got it. Any,
We would be happy to take the direction to not bring supplemental text forward. I think part of why we landed there is because there's a lot of dynamic change in our use of instructional materials in the Common Core era, with the standards being about skills and not necessarily about principal texts. So we feel like this is a different era where there's a lot happening with supplemental text, but we are happy to take that direction for the future also.
Well, I would just say that there's no way that this, well, I won't, there's no way I think that most boards would have any understanding of what's in those books or whether they're really great for that reading level or for those classes or those students. I would leave that up to the discretion of the teaching staff. So I would like us not to approve supplemental materials, especially at middle school, junior high.
We can certainly still retain our internal processes as I just described them. And if I hear anything different than what I'm representing now, I'll be sure to make everyone aware of that.
that sounds like a good plan. Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, moving forward.
Thank you.
I'm moving us a little quickly in the interest of time here. So let's see. Mr. Vizzolini. Approval of the semi-annual budget for bond measures I and J.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Matsuoka. Get our slide deck right here. There we go. So this is an update on bond budgets for measures I and J. First thing you'll notice that's new is this is before you as an action item instead of as a report. We're doing that for a couple of reasons. We think that it's a good idea that the board has the opportunity to approve each iteration of this budget on a semi-annual basis so that all of the reallocations of funds and everything happen. And we think that approval process is more transparent, so we do it in a public meeting and it's approved each time instead of just a report to the board. So each thing that happens is moved and approved by the board each time. Another thing you're seeing is a construction management versus district project manager comparison. So early on in the bond program, we had anticipated using construction management firms for all of our projects. So for Peabody Stadium, we hired Lundgren Management, and the cost was $1.2 million, which represents a 4.17% cost related to hard construction of $29.7 million. Because of that cost impact, we started thinking about how we could do this better. So we looked at district project managers, which we've done in the past. So as you can see, we have 2 full-time employees now that are district project managers. They have a fully loaded cost of $954,662. This is for 4 years, so fiscal year 2017, 18 through 2021 for 2 full-time employees. We did get this information from our fiscal department, so we know that the numbers are right. And that represents, to do this comparison, we had to come up with a project list. So what we did is we took projects that these gentlemen had worked on that are either completed, are in construction, or are in design and will be in construction or completed by 2021. And the cost for that project list was $77,895,000. So the cost for our fully loaded people relates to a 1.23% cost for our project managers. This is the project list that I was referring to. So you can see measures I and J, and we have subtotals for each of these projects, which informs our total, which is our 77,895 number. Below that, you can see the comparison where Lundgren is working at Peabody. You can see their fee, their construction cost of over 29 million, and their percentage of 4.17. Below that, you see our district project managers, their fully loaded cost, the project list total, and our 1.23% cost to do that work. And my favorite column here is Lundgren's doing one project, our two individuals are managing over 30. So this whole project list is done by two people. Another thing that we're bringing up today is in October of 2018, we came back to the board for a budget revision, and we asked for some more money because our numbers were a little on the stale side based on that they were developed in like 2015. And so we got an approval to increase our budget. We had to figure out how to fund that. So what we looked at was project contingency. And as a reminder, all of our bond projects have a 10% contingency. And so we looked at projects back from the first summer of the bond, which were paving projects at Goleta Valley and La Cumbre, concrete ramps at Franklin, and we looked at how much money did we save on our contingency, and we averaged about 40% on those early projects. So we used that 40% as kind of a projection to help fund our change, right? After many projects, what we're finding is that 40% isn't realistic. It's probably closer to 15%. So what we're doing now is we've eliminated this projection entirely in favor of using actuals from our completed projects. Another thing we'd like to talk about is Hidden Valley. As you may recall, we reallocated $1 million from Measure J contingency to look into the development at Hidden Valley. Subsequent to that, we had a lot of feedback from the community, from the neighbors, from our environmental advocates, and we heard from the board that we really weren't that interested in making that development. When you couple that with the fact of the cost, to put even one small classroom at Hidden Valley, we would have had to put a restroom, we would have had to bring sewer, water, electrical, a road, fire access, fire protection. All of those things would have been extremely costly, even for a very small development. So what we're recommending to the board for approval in this budget is to reallocate that money back to Measure J program contingency. So our revised budgets are decreasing. The reason for that is that we're completing projects. So our budget column is shrinking because those projects are no longer a budgeted item, they're actually a cost. So what we're doing is we're moving those funds to a completed project column, and we're going to put those in a summary. We're also keeping track of surplus and deficit. In other words, what is our project at the end of it? Did we make money, did we save money, or did we lose money by change orders or other means? Those are also going in the summary. So our revised summary block will have our original budgets, it'll have our revised budgets, it'll have actuals based on completed projects, it'll also have actuals based on project savings or overages, and it will also have our budget surpluses. So here's an example. This is Measure I. You can see the completed projects. There's no longer funding in there, so at the bottom of that column, you'll see that our number has changed. The completed project costs are the actuals we talked about. Those are from notices of completion, so those are complete total costs, and any savings or overages that we have are identified in the last column. So as you can see, our at the bottom of January 2020 is our revised budget number based on the column that no longer has the completed project costs in them, or for the, the budgeted for the completed projects. Our summary block shows our original budget of $135 million, our revised budget of just a little over $16.5 million, our actuals of $20 million based on project costs that are completed. And you'll see that we're actually in a deficit in Measure I until we consider our project savings, which is over $8 million. So in Measure I right now, we have a surplus of $6.5 million in contingency. Similar to that in Measure J, you see our completed projects with no funding any longer. We have our completed project list that are actuals, and we have our project savings and overages. And they inform the same summary box, which shows our $58 million original bond budget, our $41 million revised budget, $11 million in actuals, and then the good news, we actually have a surplus in Measure J of 5.5, We add our savings of 6 million, and now we have a very healthy 11.5 million in Measure J contingency. And if we approve Hidden Valley, we can bump that by another million. So I like to end on a good note. As a reminder, those are our numbers in contingency, which is kind of our money in the bank. We think that this is going to come in very handy. We have some projects when we do our portable classroom replacements. There are some challenges at places like Monroe and Cleveland where we're going to have substantial site work based on Division of the State Architect ADA requirements. So having this money in contingency is going to make it so we can complete those projects without just gutting them from a scope standpoint. And I think so. In conclusion, I think that we're moving in the right direction. We're saving money and getting our projects done, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pizzolini. Any questions?
I just
Sims
have
Moten.
have a comment. So thank you for that, because I'm looking at that like, wow. So I appreciate the effort going forward, particularly with the actuals, because when we're doing the estimates, it's really hard to kind of guess to where we are. So I appreciate this just a change and just thought process behind that, and I certainly love to see the contingencies there. So I just want to say I thank you for that and all the work that went into getting that to be much more able to see the actual savings and deficits as we go forward.
So we do need a motion. This
Okay.
is an action item.
Great.
I'll have a
We're almost
comment
there.
before you vote.
Okay, Ms. Ford.
I was just going to say that I
sorry.
appreciate the report also, and I'm particularly pleased with the response and really the listening that was done about Hidden Valley. And I think it's a great idea to reallocate that money. And I also think that just in the spirit of transparency and listening to our community, that there should be some way that we reach out to them and let them know that this decision, they were so key in helping us make that decision.
I think we could probably work with Cami on something for that.
That'd be great.
That's a nice point. Mr. Matsuoka.
I want to highlight that program management fee costs, it's like, what was it, 1.4%?
Yeah, it's $2.3 million savings.
So that, I'll just tell you, in the world of school district, that is extraordinary. So I have lived with this idea of soft costs. So let's say you have a $10 million, well, let's make it easy, a $100 million project. Soft costs usually run 30% for school districts. So you spend 30 million on architects, inspectors, and then program management can typically run 6% or higher. And so this in-house team is doing a fantastic job saving taxpayer dollars. More importantly, those program reserves are going to come in handy for the future. So just compliments to Mr. Vizzolini, the two project managers, really the whole team. The math of that is phenomenal.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that as well. And also the comment with the Hidden Valley. I think it's important to get back out to the community that did reach to us, that we have heard their message.
Excellent. I agree. Okay, with that, I think we're ready for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next item.
Oh, don't go anywhere.
Yeah, Mr. Vizzolini, you're back up.
You're up. Peabody.
Yep, we're back on to Peabody. I appreciate the speed we're going by. By this count, we still have another hour or so, and it's 10 o'clock.
Yikes.
I don't know if Mr. Matsuoka can think if there's any items we could put to the next one. We can think about it a little bit as we move on to this one. This is item H1, which is an update in the Santa Barbara High School Peabody Stadium project. Mr. Vizzolini.
Good evening again. Ms. Capps actually asked for this update, so I think this is a perfect opportunity. So we've actually, at Peabody Stadium, we've gained what I would call some traction over the last month or so. We've really seen some motion. So there's been some issues about staffing. We did a count just the other day, and they had over 50 people, subcontractors. The place was swarming with people. So we feel like we got our message across to the general contractor, and we're pushing along pretty good. Some significant milestones. All of the retaining walls around the property are now complete. I don't know if any of you have seen that, but it's a quite an enormous concrete project with dual sets of retaining walls all the way around that basin to hold that thing together. So that work is all done. The drainage is complete under everywhere. There's some very small stuff in the track that still needs to happen. But, you know, we drove by there after we had a little significant rain event maybe 2 weeks ago over the weekend, and the football field's dry. It's amazing how well that site drains now. So the old stories of it being a swamp and, you know, in the rain are no longer going to be an issue. That's very exciting. All the grandstand seating is done. A lot of the finishes on the outside of the stadium are done. The finished plaster is ongoing but nearing completion. And stadium lighting. So we have kind of some cool shots here. There's a shot of what the stadium looks like at night. So there's a couple things to notice there. One is how well lit it is and that it's LED lighting, so it's energy efficient. The other thing that's really notable is that there's no spill. So our neighbors don't have the old, Friday night lights. So I think that they might appreciate that. Here's another view from the field level. So a little closer down to the field, you can see that the light is really very well directed. And not glaring anywhere. You can see around just even the stadium itself, other than task lighting that's yet to be done, it doesn't go into the neighborhood, so it's great. This is kind of this is our Dawn's Walk. So this is the graduation walk, which is all lit. There will be other lighting eventually, but you'll notice even now, the stadium lighting isn't impeding into the area. So we're pretty excited about that. Ongoing work. So I'm happy to report that first item can already be ticked off. I did this report last week, Tuesday, and the base is complete. It's all down all around the track. So that item's already complete. The track surface, they've begun on. There is a 28-day cure time, which is required. But the good news is we've already reached out to Field Turf, who's going to put down the athletic field. They're going to start next week. So there's going to be an overlap. They've done the paving in a way that Field Turf can start on the far side of the field and work their way across. And by the time they get there, the rest of the paving will have been done. We'll still need to let the end of it meet that 28-day cure time, but it's still going to save us a significant amount of time. So also, ongoing during this 28 cure time, other things are still happening. So the landscaping is continuing. I saw a picture of the restrooms just the other day. The tiles going in, they look really nice. So we're getting close to actually putting toilet fixtures on the walls and things like that. Also ongoing are the fire sprinklers and safety equipment, the evac system. And then another really important item that we've hit here is this elevator. So that elevator inspection is by the state. That's not our DSA inspector. So they will be here at the end of the month, and that is a big check mark to get that thing ready for substantial completion. So here's a couple more pictures. Here's some of the paving on what they call the D, which is at the end of outside the end zone area. So this is where some of the track and field events will occur. So this paved area will actually be covered with the track material when it's done. But you can see the two rings. This is for shot put and for hammer or discus, I believe. This is another shot that shows kind of the development of the whole complex. The D on the other end is done where the high jump and the pole vault will be. And then if you look closely, you can see how much landscaping's been done. So there's quite a bit. There's going to be some mulching and some other things to go, but plants are in the ground. They've been watered for a while now, so it's looking pretty exciting. And then this was great news. This was actually yesterday. I gave this to Sandra today, and she plugged it into this slide deck because this is the paving they did in one day. So we're really confident that they're going to move forward and get this thing done. So these are our new scheduled dates from our contractor as of Tuesday this morning. So our substantial completion date, which is the Fire Life Safety, Americans with Disabilities Act, the elevator, fire alarm, all those kinds of things, those will be completed by February 22. The complete punch list, field, track, everything is slated for mid to late April. So we're pretty confident that we're going to hit that. I don't think we're going to have a problem. I'm hoping maybe we even beat it by a little bit, but we'll see. So that's my report, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Well, I'll just Okay, good. Yeah, thank you. I mean, I did request this because this is a massive project, and I know we don't have to go into all of some delays and some cost increase, et cetera. So I just think it's extremely important to be communicative. I'm not saying that you haven't been, but this is good. So I would just ask that if there are further delays, because we do have this whole community, this Don's community that's very anxious for this to be done, if we could be forthcoming and proactive about relaying that to the public in these, even just doing this update, if you feel the need that there are some delays that the public should know about. I think it would be really helpful. And so does that mean if late April, does that mean that in the month of May, the teams can be using the field, and are there plans for that?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, we also have plans. We're working together with Camion, the superintendent, and the school on a dedication date.
Yep.
So that we can get a ceremony with plaques and the whole deal. Our donor plazas, we're working with the sign company, so they've already got the materials made.
Yep.
And as soon as they finish up with that paving and we can get them in there, we'll get started with the donor plaza insignia. So it's getting close.
Great. It's exciting. Thank you, Mr. Fazzilini. Okay, with that, we will close that item agenda and move to number 2, H2, which is the first reading of the board policy charter school authorization. Mr. Matsuoka.
This was a policy we brought, but it didn't have track changes turned on, so I hope it's a lot easier to see what changes have been made. There are just a lot of changes happening with charter law. This version has not captured the most recent charter law changes, but we really need to capture at least these edits, so we'll just be glad to take any questions.
Are these from CSBA? Is that
Yes. Virtually everything we bring to you from a board policy perspective is CSBA changes.
Great.
So this is a first reading. We'll bring it back on consent next meeting.
Any questions? Doesn't look like it. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, well, I do think we have some public comment on our next agenda item, which is, so I want to thank those of you who are still here for hanging in there. That's the LCAP, the Local Control Accountability Plan, item 3. And Dr. Ramirez and Ms. Carey will be leading this discussion.
So we'll start with board comment.
Yep.
And we'll start with Jill Rivera, then James Fechner, and then Moni.
We should put a coffee bar in here, Good evening. There's a great article in EdSource, I think it's January 9th, and it's titled New Efforts to Make School Spending in California More Transparent. LCAPs will be easier to read. 2 bills would require stricter reporting. And I'm going to read just a couple paragraphs of this. Though barely a week old, 2020 is shaping up to be the year that policymakers and legislators force school districts to be more accountable for how they spend money they receive from the state's funding formula. It could produce the first significant tightening of rules under the local control funding formula since Governor Jerry Brown persuaded legislature to pass the landmark legislation in 2013. The officials are responding to public criticism seconded by a state audit that lawmakers and parents often can't determine how money targeted for high-need students, English learners, low-income foster and homeless youth is being spent. So our current LCAP template is 238 pages long. So, and then the strategic plan's 18 pages. My concern moving forward is that there is more transparency and accountability, particularly with regard to the achievement gap and addressing that. And I know you guys all know I get up here quite a bit and talk about early intervention in the elementary years for math and reading skills, because the achievement gap will just get bigger and bigger if those specific proficiencies are not addressed early on. So I'm asking for simplicity and more accountability in the planning of the, as we move forward to put together the LCAP, and would like to see the specific needs of the students addressed with the funding. And we know what those are from our last test results from 5 years running. So we really do need to close the achievement gap and have better accountability and results for how we spend this money to help those that are most vulnerable in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks. I'm James Fankner. I've passed out a 4-page note here from a group called Public Advocates. They're out of San Francisco. And the reason I'd like to share this is to kind of follow up with what Jill Rivera has mentioned in regards to LCAP. And hopefully this provides some guidance for litmus tests for LCAP funds. I'm not sure if you've seen this before. I think it was written before a few of you came to the board. I won't read everything on here, but I did want to highlight a couple things. The first is LCAP money is very important. Even though it's a small amount, it's very important because it's discretionary. So this is money, you know, I know that the teachers are doing a great job fighting their corner to get paid properly. This is money that can be used specifically to help these kids in Cleveland, in McKinley. We can have more Harding schools. We can have more Franklin schools. The two litmus tests here that this document makes very clear and bases it on California state education law is, number one, district-wide funds. Using it for a district-wide program is really not the point of this. This is for the high-risk students, so it's got to be pinpointed for those. And the second, I think, important point is that it must be for the most effective. The funds must be used most effectively, not just effectively, but relative to another use. And as many of you know, I have complained about the use of funds for Just Communities and would argue that that was not the most effective use of funds. So anyway, I wanted to put this out there. Again, the numbers of about 12 million isn't very much, but if you divide it through by the number of high-risk kids, it's about $1,500 per student. So it's real money. It needs to be allocated well. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hi there again. Yeah, I would also like to speak about that letter from Public Advocates. And the reason why I think it's important is we do have a segregated group in the schools that James mentioned, and the achievement gap. But the achievement gap is totally related to literacy. And so if we handle literacy properly, we will also have equity, because this is really how it works. If you don't if you're not proficient in reading, then those same groups who aren't proficient by the 3rd grade, 74% of them are still struggling by the 9th grade. And then if you follow it through the A through Gs for our Latinx and people in poverty, it's actually even more severe. And so they're not able to get the A through Gs, so then they wind up only being allowed to go to a community college, which we love our community college. But if you look at the data there, most of the people who go through community college actually do not continue on to a 4-year school. So what you have happening here in our district is that many people, like myself included, my son couldn't find any one-on-one intervention, which he definitely needed, who went to private school. But with poverty, they don't have that option. And so when you take the LCAP money and you don't bring it straight to the high needs people who it's intended for, you have inequity. And what that letter is explaining very clearly is that if you compare Washington School, it has English language learners are up at the like 70 percentile. Then you look at places like Cleveland, it's 13 for the same group of 4th graders. And that's happening. You're not supposed to have that level of disparity between your schools in the very same district. Match it up to poverty, and it just really is. Talk about equity. If you really want to have more equity for our Latinx, as well as for the students with, I prefer to say, learning differences, then you need to address literacy. And there really are very specific ways to address it, and I'm just fascinated by it, mostly because I love my son, and I wanted to be sure that he succeeded in the best way, too. You know, we had the advantages. Some of the schools here have the larger classrooms, so that's another way that we could look at it, you know, and I just think that our kids in high-risk Latinx and poverty deserve every chance that even my son gets, you know, and
30
it
seconds.
shouldn't be about how much money you have access to or what the means. We have to do this as a community, and they should be our top priority. They should come over football fields, over armories, over development. You know, if these kids do not get what they need, they're going to fail. They're not going to make as much money. They're going to have psychological problems, emotional problems. And it just isn't right. I really want to take a serious look and call them up. They'd love to talk to you. And Carrie, Mr. Matsuoka was aware of this when you started. So I'd really like to see some
Thank you.
change. Action gap. Come on, guys.
So this concludes our public comment. I just would like to thank our public comment for your patience for lasting out through the evening. And President Capps, we are ready to move on.
Thank you. Okay, so here we are on item 3. Dr. Ramirez and Ms. Carey, local control and accountability plan.
Well, good evening once again, Board President Ms. Capps, Board of Education. So want to be very mindful of time, but also being very thoughtful of process. And part of the reason that we wanted to present, we have two components, but they're very, very connected. And part of what we wanted to do is provide the board with an overview of our process, the process that we undertake. This presentation is intended to just give you a forward look, although the implementation of LCAP is really year-round, and the evaluation of it has many components that really are very far-reaching. So you've all received a narrative, and so we will go through this as briskly as possible, and then turn it over to you for additional questions. So in this regard, what we wanted to do is just provide you with 3 basic components. One is to, again, bring forward our local context, to provide you with an overview or reiteration, you and the public, of the purpose of the local control funding formula and the accompanying local control accountability plan, as well as lay out a process and timeline for the way in which we will re-engage with this process as staff with our community. Before I get into that, I want to just mention that this is a new 3-year plan that we're going to be undertaking. 1920 concludes the prior 3-year plan, and so we are looking to build anew with yearly check-ins, right, that make yearly adjustments. So again, to our local context, you see there our vision. It's been cited throughout the evening. Our vision, and this is more our instructional vision, that each student will read, reason, and communicate to contribute positively to an ever-changing world. Very aspirational, very forward-leaning, but arrived at with great care and thought over, what would you say, almost a 2-year period, really. And all anchored in these 3 important values, centered around equity. And I think this is also going to provide us, this process will also provide us another opportunity to bring anew a collective understanding of what equity entails. But also improving our practices, a commitment to being thoughtful and reflective, and finally to evaluating our work and making sure that we, and that word evaluating in the most clinical way means, something very specific, but it's more about that process of cycling through and understanding how we're doing in order to make adjustments, not just year to year, but more in tighter intervals. So in terms of local control funding formula, you see the graphics here. We're trying to just provide graphics that in many ways stand on their own merits. You see that there are grade distributions, K3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, because that does impact our funding. The base funding is contingent on increases as the student increases. High schools because of their program offering, are in fact more, shall we say, more costly to run. There are more staff, there are more available program choices, and so there is a larger allocation for our 9 through 12 students. In addition to that, there are supplemental funds, and that's really what our focal point will be tonight. But in truth, the entire plan is intended to be really a snapshot of how we're going to move forward our instructional and school programs. And the supplemental is focused on 3 targeted groups: our emergent multilingual students, students identified as low income, and our homeless and foster youth. And to conclude, something that doesn't apply to us, but always is important to remind our community and ourselves, is that there is a concentration component once you hit a percentage of 55% and over. Now, with us, that dynamic will shift just a bit as we move into being community funded. So we highlight this number because we are right at that threshold. This is our overall unduplicated pupil count, what's known as unduplicated pupil count, and it's the makeup of our district. Students are only counted once, and these 3 groups, there are students that fall into each one, and they're identified according to those groups, and others that may only be in one. For funding purposes, they are counted. They are just factored. They can't be repeated, and so our overall number is 54%. So, as the board very aptly cited earlier, we are a very diverse community with very distinct and different needs.
So building on 2 of Dr. Ramirez's points, I want to reiterate that we have a chance to do an LCAP 2.0. Now, we've had more than 2 LCAPs because they didn't used to be more than 1 year long. The early iterations of LCAP were just annual plans, and then they came up with a 3-year construct. But this will be the second time we get to come up with a 3-year plan. So when we're talking with you and with the community this season about LCAP, we're talking about LCAP 2020 to 2023. And that feels like a reset opportunity. It feels like an opportunity to build an accessibility, to build the transparency of the document. It has been a very cumbersome, bureaucratic kind of template. A very sophisticated design has gone into it. But we have, in our own right, we have craved to simplify the process and communicating about the process. And what's even more encouraging is that is happening across the state. And so the state is trying to be responsive to that being really kind of a universal demand. We still do not have the LCAP template from the state for this cycle, but we anticipate it within the next couple of weeks. So it's been a little difficult to start to chart our passage, but we have faith that the products and services and supports that come from the state and through our county offices will in fact help us succeed in our goal to make the LCAP a more comprehensible and accessible process and document for all of our stakeholders. Building off a second point from Dr. Ramirez, we hear the word equity. We hear it a lot these days, and we hear it in all kinds of different forums, and we hear it a lot in the context of public schooling. So I really do appreciate this opportunity. The LCAP process and product gives us an excellent opportunity to develop a definition of equity that is a better common understanding of what is meant by equity, so that it isn't just a word that is arguably even overused sometimes, or maybe even inappropriately used sometimes. For the context of the LCAP is, in a nutshell, and people can walk around with this understanding, it is the district's plan to operationalize equity, and specifically for emergent multilingual learners, socioeconomically disadvantaged youth, and homeless and foster youth. So I know there's a little bit of alphabet soup there at the bottom of that statement, but it's these same 3 groups that the LCAP has always been about, and that is what the LCAP is for. It's a mandate to districts to take a portion that we've all acknowledged for many years now is not a substantial part of a district's overall budget, but it is still a significant part and portion of a district's overall budget. So our overall budget is over just over 160 million, but you can see the relatively small part of the overall budget that the LCAP dollars represent, the supplemental funds represent. Although bear in mind that with any district's overall accounting, the lion's share of that, I'm going to call it mauve color, is staffing, it's salary and benefits. So when it comes to discretionary spending, it really is a significant funding source for us to understand its intent, have meaningful conversation about how we can purpose those funds in the way that best operationalizes equity for the students who most have need. This is the last part of this item, and it is just a reminder of the cycle of LCAP. We have shown and brought to you different diagrams and graphics to explain the cyclical nature of LCAP. This one's a little bit boiled down to just the spring season, albeit an annual ongoing event at all times, LCAP. So you'll see here the three phases that we are planning for and will execute in advance and leading up to our anticipated board approval of the 2020-2023 LCAP in June. What questions do you have about this first item for Dr. Ramirez or myself?
Any questions? Ms. Sims Moten?
Yeah, I mostly have a comment, and maybe it's a question. Well, thank you for that, because I'm looking at and hearing public comments and our own understanding of a very complex document, because I know 3 years ago you were presenting this, and so to actually see this come to like, okay, we're actually simplifying it so that we do have common language around it to be able to explain it, particularly what you just said with regards to operationalizing equity. And so that really puts what this purpose is. But my question with regards to the template, so it's still not here yet. Did you have any input? Did input come from the districts how to make it better, how to have it make it less complex so that we're able to really be able to share that in a comprehensive way to the public?
We do have those opportunities for input, and we have them through our county office structure. So we participate in county office meetings that are hosted by the county office.
Okay.
In our county office, we're actually lucky to have somebody who serves on the state committee for the LCAP template design. So we feel very connected in that way. And what I would just represent is that the kinds of experiences we've had here are very universal. And when it comes to some of the critiques of the templates we've been having to wield in the past.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Sims-Moten, I just wanted to offer one thought as it relates to providing community a better look at a very intensive document. We have created other tools that are intended, and some of them are artifacts that exist in prior board meetings that are intended to provide a snapshot look at where the funding is generally allocated and to what purposes. We are always trying to revamp our tools and provide summaries, and even this slide deck has been dramatically revamped from other instances where we've presented to the board. And it's with the goal in mind of just providing a clear and straightforward look at a very complicated document and an even more complicated set of conditions.
Right. Well, thank you. Thank you for that.
Other questions? Comments?
Just the more succinct and transparent, the better. I mean, I hear the public comment. I also know it's when you have, just to be able to lay it out very simply, is the best possible way. And I know that's what you're attempting to do. So thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that description of what it's operationalizing. I can't repeat it back quite word for word, but it stuck with me, and that's a step in the right direction to explain why this is so important and why the process needs to be as transparent as possible. Thanks. Any question?
Hey, team, have we had 2 cycles of LCAPs now? So this is year 6? Trying to think back.
We have a 13-14, a 14-15, 15-16, 16-17, or was 14-15 was first, and then we had a 17-20.
Right.
And now a 2023.
Okay, so we're wrapping up. This is the end of year 7 of the LCAP experience. So some history
14,
here.
15,
The
right?
first LCAPs, the average length of them in the state was about 70 pages. And we were really excited because the prior era was just really complicated. But every year has brought more complexity. The template, I mean, we're still waiting for the template to write the next LCAP, and it's not even out. And so, you know, when you have changes in a governor and a state board of ed, and so it's like they want to redo things. So the complexity has grown. I think the average now across the state is 210 pages of the 1,000 school districts. And trust me, I appreciate you can't wade through that long a document. So building an executive summary is now the challenge, but trying to summarize something that has grown to 200 pages it's a really difficult process. So I know you appreciate that. I hope our community appreciates it. I feel your struggle. It's like, I want to be able to understand this, and so that it informs our SIPSA process and everything. So know that your team wrestles with this a lot. It's just, but we're at the mercy of a state process that we can't control. So that's just been my experience now for the last 7 years. It's grown in complexity.
Dr. Ramirez and I might be a little biased, but we believe the conversations we could have around LCAP could be the most meaningful and maybe should be the most meaningful conversations as we're having as a district. But if we can't get to them because we can't understand what's in it, it's frustrating for everyone. Okay. Moving right along.
Excuse me, to the next agenda item.
So as you know, referencing the final slide of the prior item that talked about process, we are diving right into phase one, simultaneous to the evening when we give you the overview of the process. So here we are beginning the phase that is about our needs assessment. And we rely on our California dashboard, which is California's accountability system. And so we will remind people about sort of the anatomy of that dashboard, how to navigate it. It can be a really useful an instructive tool. It can also be a kind of a Byzantine tool in some ways. These are the key concepts behind California's accountability system, that it's not just a single number as the academic performance index used to be, although we're finding already that we need to remind people that dashboard indicators, performance bands, as you see here, green is indicating the sample, that represents a confluence of both performance and change over time. And so there are these are two-dimensional indicators with a lot of layers of supplemental detail, supporting detail underneath. People are sometimes reducing it or tending to want to reduce it to a single performance number, and that is challenging for us. That change over time helps to be a way that equity is operationalized in assessing student performance so that improvement is rewarded, not just overall performance. And because of that supporting detail that you can drill into, it helps to support local decision making. So I think people are still very much getting used to the dashboard. The dashboard was unveiled, and then it was almost, right when people were getting used to it, it was revamped and redesigned. And so now we are at a more mature place with the dashboard as we know it now. We can look at both the state indicators and local indicators through the dashboard. These are the 8 state priorities that are part of the LCAP model. And so as you see, there are 8 of them, and they're organized into these domains of engagement for students and families, conditions for learning, and then priorities 4 and 8. They're also not ordered very conveniently, have to do with pupil outcomes, with priority 4 being the broadest. This is a look at how the dashboard presents. I think I'll stop talking. You can start, and then I can chime in if needed.
Sure. So these are, literally screenshots of the way that the dashboard is, the way that our dashboard appears as a district. And so you have, what we did was we just highlighted the areas that we find the progress or we're maintaining year to year. So in the area of math, in terms of graduation overall, high school graduation, and college and career, our English learner progress is still not visible. They're still calculating what that indicator will ultimately look like. So that's why you see that as no performance color. That's not unique to us as a district, but rather something that has not been activated and arrived at quite yet, but will, I anticipate, in the near future. In terms of the greatest needs, these are more reminders of the areas that we've been largely trying to address and tackle and really focus on, and not just year to year, but over time. Chronic absenteeism, suspension, of course, our performance overall is something that we still need to continue to focus on very intently, particularly as we transition to look at our groups of students, or at least the ones that are, and this provides only a look at the ones that are, publicly reported. I mean, Ms. Sims-Moton's words always echo in my mind about the need to be seen, and this is one view of our major groups. In this case, we have been tasked to address through differentiated assistance the two groups that are indicated there in red, and in those specific areas. So although, so if you look at the chronic absenteeism column, it goes by column, and I'll read them to you. They'd be left to right. Chronic absenteeism, followed by suspension rate, graduation rate, college and career indicator, English language arts and math. And the latter two columns, English language arts and math, are directly from our assessment, our standardized assessment system, CASP, in grades 3 through 8 and grade 11. But in graduation rate, with any one of these, there's an expectation that there will be both performance year to year, but also growth over time. So it really it's more dynamic that way than any prior accountability era. And in this case, the graduation rate for our emergent multilingual students is an area of grave concern for us, as well as, or very closely tethered to that, our college and career indicator. And you see, we happen to highlight two particular groups, although there are areas of clear concern throughout. And so in terms of, areas of further growth, what these indicators do is provide us clarity about where we need to focus our attention, focus our resources, and also look to the systemic issues that undergird these results. And that is where LCAP in this process invokes and tries to prompt us to deal with not just the performance of our students year to year according to these metrics, but to take it one step further and figure out what are the systemic challenges that are proving to be difficult when it comes to offering students opportunity and support. Areas where we should really continue to feel better about our efforts and be very thoughtful is areas that have, for example, turned yellow. And it's not that we want to applaud that, but we want to applaud growth. We want to applaud that we are trending in a more positive direction in these areas. Our students, low income, for example, you'll see that they are showing growth in ELA, in both ELA and math across the district, as well as on the college and career indicator, something that Ms. Carey has mentioned in prior meetings. So you see, and that certain groups, namely the ones to the bottom right corner, continue to do very well relative to all other students. So in some, the areas that broadly require additional attention are issues surrounding our school climate. We have indicators that suggest that very clearly: suspension, absenteeism, namely the two indicators that indicate that very clearly. Student engagement along with that, and of course academic and engagement outcomes for our two very important groups, emergent multilingual students and our students with disabilities. So with that, we want to offer up any opportunity for feedback and ask what questions you may have of us.
Thank you. Any questions? I had one question. Now entering this process, is there something that you, that's new, like a new approach, or that you're most excited about? Just a general question.
I have a response. We had some really interesting conversations just as leadership teams around the goal areas that we've had in the current LCAP, and how, if at all, we want to rework those overarching goals, because that is one of the portals for understanding is, gosh, maybe I don't want to read about these 120 actions or expenditures, but what are the big goal areas? And we really did find that the ones that we started and set ourselves in 2017 worked really well for us, but by this point, they're feeling a little not as pertinent. So reworking the goals is something I'm really excited about, and bringing that to stakeholders, and to even simplifying and consolidating those goal areas. I think that'll help kind of chunk it, in a way that is really relevant and engaging. And then also we are kind of turning an eye towards something that's been encouraged in the county workshops we've been participating in, that is really thinking of goal statements or even specific statements about actions and expenditures with that if-then language. But that if we do this, then this will happen, which kind of points to the accountability that is embedded in wording something that way. And so it's not just aspirational, it's actually very actionable. So those are two things I would cite.
Very helpful, thank you. Yeah, Ms. Ford.
I just wanted to remind my fellow board members, in case you don't know, that there is a very good app called California Dashboard that you can load onto your phone, so you can look at it anytime.
I just have a comment.
Yeah,
with regards to the growth of understanding the growth in that, even though we may not move necessarily from red to yellow, but what's the growth or in that red? I finally got that, because if you're only looking for whether we're changing colors, then it will look very drastic, as if nothing is happening. I think I was at somewhere in Sacramento, but when I saw it and when the speaker said that, I go, oh, I did not understand it. I know you said it, but it didn't resonate. So then the next time that you presented that, I think we were still in the red, but we were maybe at a -7, and now we're at a -3, but showing the growth. And I think that's really important, because I think many people like myself was like, we're not going anywhere or doing anything, but that further explanation of the growth, I think growth and performance or over time is really important to, I think, get out to the public understanding of that. So, but where it may not be as obvious.
I'll just amplify your comment about just spending time with this in an iterative way. We can't have read more than 2 times for any particular subgroup, but we've reduced the amount of red that students with disabilities have. We've seen, really, we're proud of the growth that students with disabilities have shown in ELA and math, and yet we still see the 3 reds there. So it's always kind of remembering from whence you've come and not forgetting that comparative view of things. So thank you for that comment.
While that slides up, might have been before Kate and Rose got on the board, but we talked about students with disabilities, the redness, the distance from 3, now called distance from standard, and we brought it to the attention of our leaders, and we said, look, everybody's got to play a part of it, and sure enough, we got enough growth that we moved out of red to orange. Hooray! But then now we're being measured. This multiple measure things is just a lot of work, but it's, what I'll say about special ed, it was not examined very closely in the prior assessment era, and as difficult and hard work this is, it's needed, because it shines a light on really important kids.
Thank you. Any other board comments? Dr. Reed?
Just to thank you both for the work that you do, and I know it's a collaborative effort, but thank you, and it's important work, so.
Well, you'll be seeing lots more of us in the weeks and months ahead. So.
It's a nice preview.
Indeed.
Okay, thank you. With that, we are going to move on to our last 2 items here, which is reading of, item 5, first reading and discussion of board policies in the 4000 series. Becky.
Thank you. I actually believe this is our last item, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
We did, in
I'm-
fact, yes.
I'm really honored to be the last
Well-
speaker, but I am going to turn it over to Roxana.
Okay.
Did you want to say something?
We could, we do have information about the donations, so we could go back and wrap that up after this.
Okay.
So
I won't be
you
last.
are second to last.
Anyways, I want to reintroduce you to Roxana Stern, who is running our TIP program, but she also has integrated a little bit more into the HR department this year, simply because she designed and created and then started implementing the TIP. And then there was some time where she wanted to involve herself more in the HR roles. One of the things she's doing is really tracking and following our HR policies, which are our board policies related to personnel, which I think is a really important endeavor, because I think it's critical we stay current on those. So I just wanted to mention that to you. She won't really be at every board meeting to present board policies, and we're pretty caught up in HR, but she did come tonight to help out with these two. So thank you, Roxana. Go ahead.
All right. And I should say that it's rather fitting that I'm at the end. My father always jokes that the Stern, our last name, is like the south end of a northbound boat. So it is very fitting to have Stern at the very end of the meeting.
There you go. Thank you.
So bringing to you this evening 2 board policies that need to be updated. As Mr. Matsuoka had mentioned earlier, there are constantly changes in law, and then we need to bring our board policies into alignment with those changes so that we are in compliance and also serving our constituents appropriately. When we update our board policies, that also allows us to update our administrative regulations, and we have a number of those that need fine-tuning. So this provides us the opportunity to do that work of then updating our actions around these board policies to spell out for the people that we serve, in this case, our employees. So Board Policy 4030 is non-discrimination in employment. And the summary there is from the CSBA. As Mr. Matsuoka had mentioned previously, all of our updates come from CSBA. And I don't know if you have any questions about those, but highlights are that we will be up to date on expressing that we are not discriminating against people based on their immigration status, and also it provides some increased protections for employees and some increased accountability for us as a district in how we follow up on complaints that are made by employees. So I see you're nodding your heads. Are there any questions
Any
about
questions?
4030 before we go
Okay.
on to 4161? All right, thank you. And the first reading of 4161.9 Catastrophic Leave Program. This is also a CSBA update, and what this does is it cleans up some language grammatically, and it also brings us up to date with law. It allows some greater flexibility in our catastrophic leave that we are able to offer our employees, and we are expected to notify employees that these programs exist. Currently, that notification does exist in our employee agreements, and we are working toward a comprehensive employee handbook for the entire district that is more detailed than what is available at the sites. And that's nice because we are required to do that by Board Policy 4161.9. So if
Excellent.
not certain if you have any other questions?
Any other questions or comments? I think just an appreciation for you staying here so late and for presenting these so clearly.
Can I bring back those on consent?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, with that, we did table the acceptance of donations, but in the time that we've been convening here, we've got the information from, thanks to Mr. Che about the donations. So I don't know if Ms. Sims-Moten, that satisfies you, but these scholarships were apparently named in honor of coaches for kids to go to college.
Yeah, and my only clarifying question is that are these students already identified, or if this is just a pool that, is there a criteria? You may not know that answer, but I don't want to hold up approving this. I can always follow up.
Mrs. Glazer said that these are 4 students that were honored, so I'm assuming that means that they have been identified. I'm assuming also they're an athlete due to the coach.
Yeah. I'll follow up later, but I don't want to not approve this because I want to show appreciation for that as well, so. I'm fine with that. With that, I will move approval with, accept with appreciation the generous donations.
And I will, okay,
Second.
great, all in favor? Aye. Well, that means we have concluded every agenda item before my prediction of 11 p.m. So that's pretty good. But unless we have anything upcoming that anyone feels like they need to talk about at this point in the evening. Okay.
Have a board calendar date. We were trying to find a board study session for the meta conversation. The March 5th will not work. So I'm going to propose that we attach it to the February 23rd board meeting and just start at 4:30. So I always check with Rose first because her work schedule. So you can check your calendars now. It's
23rd.
Tuesday, February 23rd or 25th. Let me get the calendar. February 25th. Assuming a 1-hour closed session that we start at 5:30, can you do a 4:30 to 5:30 board study session? See head nods, head nods.
Sure.
Don't know. Okay, why don't we wait for Dr. Reed to find out about work, and if you're a go, then we'll put that into a Friday letter confirmation. Great, okay, thank you.
Great. Okay, well, with that, I will move on to our, our next meeting is the 28th at 6:30 p.m. And with that, I'll move on to our last agenda item, which is item M, adjournment. Thank you, everybody.